Computer's
Do
telling me
do
to wait.
do do
What
do
the
do
fuck,
do
man?
do.
Like, what? Oh, I didn't have a. I need to stop remembering the shitty parts of the world.
I mean, yeah.
You know, I really do. I really do. I'm glad you agree with me there, Yogi. I appreciate it. It's a real.
It's a weird world we live
It's
in.
a very strange world we live in, and it's getting better. I'll say that it's getting better.
Okay.
But man,
Can I just say I take joy in any time JD Vance fucks up publicly? And like, okay, he's gets a Philly cheesesteak from the place that originates Philly cheesesteaks and asks why it doesn't have Swiss cheese. I'm surprised that the people of Philadelphia didn't bludgeon him on the spot. You
What?
don't
No.
question
what? Oh, that's right. He did do that.
What?
Oh
look,
man.
Look.
Yeah, he was
Really?
like, "Why don't you put Swiss cheese on a Philly cheesesteak?" And you're like, "All right." So Philadelphia goes to Harris. You know, like, are you
I'm
fucking
just saying.
insane?
In
You
JD
don't question.
in JD Vance's defense, he doesn't know how people work.
Josh told me
No.
that he might be an energy vampire, and I'm so down with that theory.
Wow, considering who
Well, we know he's a
suggested that
charisma
theory, that's
vampire.
hilarious.
Yeah, we know he's
That's
a charisma
amazing.
vampire already, so energy is probably just like the next logical step. Fuck
I-
that guy.
You get a better feed off annoying people. Just saying.
You know, I once tried to read that book.
Which one?
His book.
Oh,
Oh,
Come on,
JD's?
I can't.
Yeah.
Fucking why?
I can't read
Well,
any
'cause-
politician's book.
Well, because
I like the fanfic with him in the couch. That's the best thing to come out of that.
yeah, look, I know it's not real. I don't care. Fuck it, it happened. I don't give a shit. I'm a magician. I always substitute my own reality anyway. Fuck it. He did that.
That's
but-
why I got plastic covers for my couch. I live in Ohio. No one's couch is safe.
Fucking Ohio! What is it about Ohio? We know what it is about Ohio. We know what it is.
It's got two O's on the end.
Nah, it's like Ohio. Ohio's one of those places, man, where like Ohio is just as
If you
weird
say it
as
back,
New
if you
Jer-
spell it backwards, it's Oiho.
No,
Wait.
Ohio is just as weird as New Jersey. It's just that for some reason people haven't noticed. I think it's because they're not as aggressive about it as we are, but it's just as weird. There's just as much weird shit that happens.
Yeah, we gave you Devo, Rick Ocasek, Lux Interior, and Harlan Ellison. Thank you.
Mhm.
We're fucking like a crackhead at a gas station at 12 a.m. Like that's Ohio in a nutshell. You know the guy that dances for change?
Ohio.
That's Ohio.
Oh, okay. All right.
You see it in
Oh,
Ohio?
It ain't
That-
what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be.
Gonna change.
You
No, we're
can't-
normal. Fuck that.
Cat, I don't care how much you meow at me. You can't have more food. You've had Jesus
He
Christ.
is Apollo. He consumes all until he turns into. He's big enough to turn into a black hole.
Wait a minute. Did you say Apollo? Sorry. Communicator jokes.
All right. Look, if we're bringing
I-
toys,
I
out,
appreciated that.
I was thinking of not showing this off, but now I'll show it off.
Yes, please. Yay.
So, I went to my friend Tracy's place, and Tracy is like trying to like divest herself of things that she doesn't really care about.
Okay.
You know,
That's fair.
Yeah. And while I was doing that, because I have ADD, I spotted something and started dusting it.
Yes.
So I'm like, that shouldn't have dust on it. She's like, do you want that? And I'm like, yes. Well, you can have it. I have enough toys. And while there was a part of my brain that was like, I don't understand that sentence. I understand every individual word, but that sentence makes no sense. But she was like, no, take it.
I love it.
It is a little Diablo from Diablo throwing up the horns. You want to see the best part?
Yes.
Amazing.
I adore that.
I really want this on my desk, but there's nowhere to put him. Like he would have to literally like just float over here.
Also, Yogi is labeled as me, and I am labeled as Yogi.
Oh shit, you're right.
That's hilarious.
How does it feel to be me?
I feel very talented but underappreciated.
I feel straight up mystical right now, I'll be honest.
Dude. Oh, god damn it. Come on. Over here. There we go.
Oh,
There's one done.
I gotta say, I've heard about the shenanigans that happened on the last stream, and I'm very sorry that I missed it. Because,
oh yeah, me and John just kind of went orf.
I mean, look, if all the ability to smack someone down for stupidity presents itself.
Oh, yeah. Like, that was so weird. So we had this guy the other day who just kind of... I don't even know how to put it other than he was trolling.
Oh, I've had that happen on your stream before.
Yeah. Just guy's trolling, but he's like political trolling.
Ew.
And I was willing to let it go and let it slide because I'm like, well, I got better things to do right now. John, however, latched onto that shit like a Gila monster.
Well, because
would
you
not let go.
Because you have to understand what happens, Jack. Is that John and myself have done deep dives into the psychosis of Alex Jones. We have peered behind the curtain.
Yeah,
we have stared into the abyss. And we have come back with knowledge. Sacred knowledge. And
very stupid sacred knowledge.
Hey, consider the source. So
like the guys like we're having a political discussion and the guy starts saying some weird shit that I don't recognize, but John does.
Yeah, because we've got the lingo now.
Yeah, and John's like, oh, it's an Alex Jones motherfucker. Look here, you piece of shit. Yeah, he just like lays into him. I almost just like, I'm like trying to figure out whether I should run interference or anything. And at some point, I'm just trying to stay in the conversation because he's just going.
From what I hear and understand, at one point he was going off about something, and John just went, okay, good point. What shape is the Earth?
Yeah, he did, and the guy would not give a straight answer.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to say.
Yeah, well, and I was like, because he knows. And that was the moment where I was like, I wouldn't even have thought of that.
Yeah, no, you gotta look. John has opened my eyes to, like, I think the best tactic to deal with, well, actually, to deal with conservatives in general, actually, is that you don't debate them on their points. You don't,
right,
and you don't try to reason, and you don't try to. No, oh, it's Zuni's time. Cat just ran the fuck. Anyway,
welcome to the family of cat owners.
He still has a 5-year-old. He does the same shit.
He doesn't destroy anything. He just makes a lot of noise, and I'm like, that's fine. But anyway, so you don't do any of that with conservatives. What you do is you just call them weird.
Hi, John.
Yeah, apparently, and I was still so surprised about that. Yeah, John is in the chat, by the way, and yeah, we were talking about you, and I don't know if you were here for this, but look what I got. Friend gave to me.
Let's all also be happy. that a 12-year-old boy owned Mike Lindell at the DNC.
Dude.
It is some of the best footage ever, and the kid ended the whole
Dude.
thing with, I'm up on my facts. I'm also up on your bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy.
And it's like,
yeah.
boom, mic drop. This kid is my favorite.
People aren't ready for the younger generation anymore, and it's hilarious to me.
Well, like there's so...
I'm just absorbing it. It's so great.
Yeah, they fucking look. They wouldn't let my generation anywhere near that shit. We were not allowed in the room. And for good reason, apparently. Because shit like that starts to happen.
Oh,
they don't want to look. We don't want to look stupid.
You do.
It's already too late. You might as well just go for it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Just go for broke at that point. At least we can laugh with you. Like fucking, but they never do. But they never do.
No, they never do. They never understand like how messed up they really are. Like I look at Mike Lindell and I'm like, this guy needs therapy.
What I'm gonna do for everybody, you pay $2.99, you watch my live stream, you watch me shave my mustache, and then I'm gonna sneak into the DNC. And someone described him looking like Carmen Sandiego's deadbeat dad.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and I'm like, true.
I hate how accurate that is. That's beautiful.
Yeah, he could have fucking just worn his suit, shaved the mustache off, and been less recognizable.
Huh.
Well, yeah.
Huh.
What's up, Victor Necrofunk?
Hey, Victor, what's up? But yeah, I was just sort of like, well, look, man, it takes a media whore to know a media whore. You're a media whore, sir. It's okay. It's all right. But there's a difference between being a media whore and being like a serious political commentator and analyst.
Yeah.
Now,
no.
I understand why we don't understand what the difference is anymore. Because most of us don't listen to those people. Not because we wouldn't prefer to, but because they just don't get airtime. But those people exist. They now work in government.
No. I get to see them quite often, but that's because I watch Democracy Now!, like the weird little socialist that I am.
Right.
I live in Ohio. I get to see this shit live. Like, it's not great. I call them oxygen thieves. And let me tell you, the air pretty fucking thin.
They're taking all our air. No, they're not.
They're taking all our air and they're breathing out hatred.
We went out to the Cuyahoga County Fair, right? Now that's the fair where you can see the animals. I thought about buying a chicken. I didn't. And there were dudes.
I get it.
Selling Trump flags.
Oh.
And I'm like, do you think they're armed? Because if we buy them, I would want to burn them in front of them. I would buy their entire box just to light it on fire.
I can almost guarantee you.
Did Tennessee seriously ban chemtrails?
I mean, that's fine considering that's not real. So, fine. Ban a thing that doesn't actually exist.
But what if they try to ban the thing
next.
that they think chemtrails are? There's going to be like no airlines.
Well, okay, but here's the thing, right? If you're going to ban something, that means there's legislature about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means that in writing, there's a definition and explanation of what chemtrails is. You can't just say, we ban chemtrails and have that be it. There has to be like a descriptive thing. That's how legal.
Well, I mean,
right? So cool. The thing that they're describing as chemtrails, like that definition that they have, is not real. So go ahead, ban something that doesn't exist. That's fine.
Again, ban the tooth fairy.
That's like, yeah, I'm about to say, that's kind of like banning demons. Like, because even if they do exist, why would they listen?
No. That's different, Jack. Those live in our hearts and tell us the truth.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh
no, John's like, check my DMs. That doesn't mean anything good.
Wait a minute.
No, it does. No, it does. It really does.
Critics
said
say
ban
it was
demons.
inspired by unsubstantial conspiracy theories that planes are spraying poison. Tennessee passes chemtrails bill banning airborne chemicals. Wait. So I'm assuming that at that point, like, Tennessee does not have crop dusters or anything like that anymore.
That's what I was going to bring up. Like,
what about smokestacks? Don't they have power plants?
This could
gotta have
working.
Power plants.
This could end up working in our favor.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you can't.
But sorry.
No, I was just gonna say you can't ban demons because my son needs to go places. Okay, I can't.
I know we can't. Look, I
love him, but I know I have a theory on who his actual father is. Every time, like, he starts laughing during a ghost song, it's like, you know, these motherfuckers don't you. There's something secret going on.
Our kid deserves to be in public places.
Like, you know, me going down No Bottoms Road.
No,
it's like,
Dollywood
so I'm not allowed down
is
there.
An independent protectorate given to us by Goddess Queen Dolly herself, and is therefore beyond Tennessee rule. It answers to a higher power, which is Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
How many times do I have to tell you to stop expecting some sense behind Christopher? Look, man. I demand that there be a bar. I don't need the bar to always be as high as I would like it. But I do need it to exist.
See, there you go, having like your
standards.
No.
Standards.
I know.
And need to be able to logically measure a thing.
Pesky standards.
I'm like James Cameron looking for the bar and running into Randy Newman. You know, like I just like, he's James Cameron. Can you guys hear the song?
What are you doing down here?
Yes, James, we can hear the song.
We can hear the song.
But what I was saying though was that, like, yeah, so John pointed out something very important, which is you just call these people weird.
Yes.
That's what you do. You just, to their face, you call them weird. And it is so disarming to them. And at the same time,
don't they see it coming?
No, they
that's
don't.
That's the weird part. They don't think they're weird.
Like John and I were talking the other day, and John brought up a great example, which was, so whenever they start going off and try to logic, like the policing of like trans issues, like in schools and shit like that, literally just out loud look at them and go, so you want to inspect children's
genitalia?
That's weird.
Yeah,
you're weird. You want to look at that? You're weird. Well, no. I don't want. No. You're weird, guy. Everyone, this guy's weird.
He's trying to look up this little girl's dress. He's weird.
Yeah, no, exactly. If you literally just lay it out like that, they actually don't have a defense for it. It's really amazing. They actually don't have a defense for that kind of shit.
No, seriously. It's great to see, though. And I love finding things where I have a guy on TikTok that I'm friends with, that his whole thing is just, I'm going to call you an idiot in the most fantastic way possible. And seeing these people try to respond to him is even funnier. He went through an entire list of what it meant to be uneducated. I mean, the video went on for like a minute and a half of him giving every single definition and explanation on what it is to be uneducated. And the guy's like, well, state your sources. He makes another video stating all the sources for his definitions of being uneducated. Like, we could keep going all week, man. I got plenty of time.
Wow.
You know, sometimes facts, being facts, just tend to kind of speak for themselves.
Huh. Hey, that's creepy. You're creepy, Zim. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. Just do that. Just do that.
Look at these surgery pics of somebody stop surgery. Why do you have that?
Yeah, why do you have a stranger surgery pics on your phone? You're weird. That's creepy and weird.
Yeah, well, I keep thinking, well, I'm thinking about that in terms of my own life. And I'm like, I don't have top surgery. I have trans friends who've had top surgery. I have never seen their surgery pics. I mean, I've seen pictures of them in the surgery stuff, you know.
Right.
Occasionally,
like
this is like, oh my God, you can see my rib cage, you know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But not like, here is the brutal before and after picture with all the
exactly
shit.
Because
like,
because trans men don't do that. Because that would be weird. You know who does do that? Conservatives. Do you know why they do that? Because they're weird. They're just fucking weird.
Well, there was like this whole like conspiracy, like I can't even say it's a conspiracy theory. It was either in Project 2024 or whatever the fuck that bullshit was. But it was like monitoring women's periods and that kind of shit. And I'm like, so you want to know when I'm on the rag? Great.
Why I don't even know why.
That?
Yeah, why would you need to know that?
Do you have a kink?
No, I
don't
know you think that
shit.
It's a drag when you suck my cunt when I'm on the rag.
Yeah, no, it's one of those weird things where like that came up, right? Like people talking about that, and I was just like, okay, wait a minute. You want to know the menstruation periods of women and men who have vaginas who are not related to you, do not live with you, you are in no way involved with these people. There is no conceivable way in which this person's biological functions has anything to do with you. You just want to have a database of, oh my God, it's your Mitt Romney binder joke.
Binders full of women. Yeah.
But at a certain point, it's like, and I love just saying, oh, do you have like a kink or a fetish for that? Because like, dude, you can just say that. Like anybody that's like, no, I want to protect the life of the mother. Why, you got a mommy kink? Because dude, we down, like it's fine, but just admit that and we'll be cool.
Oh my God, you have a mommy kink? Like, sir, oh my God.
There he is.
You're never gonna get any, but nice try. Like,
I mean, there are people who call me mommy, but you know, whatever.
You know,
who loves you, mommy?
By the way, I still don't have that car key I ordered.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So you ordered a car key. Mm-hmm. Okay. I drive a Chevy Malibu. I'm cleaning out my car the other day. Why the fuck did I find a full key for some Ford stuck in between my seats?
I drive a Chrysler, so it's not mine.
But I'm looking at this fucking thing and I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't the key that they lost that belonged to my car. This is some other fucker's key that got dropped in my car at some point. There's a keyless Ford out there somewhere, and I've got the fucking key for it.
This is a key to a Scirocco. They don't even make this car anymore. Whose key could this possibly be?
Exactly. Or even funnier, my son was playing with a fidget toy. I'm like, where the fuck did you get that? Found it in the seat. Who owned this car before me?
a good and kind fairy.
I found things in cars. I never found drugs, unfortunately, but I found many a pocket knife.
I've never found drugs either. I'm very disappointed.
I
Yeah.
found vape juice. That's about it.
Was it at least a good flavor?
Bubble gum.
No. I'm very stereotypical. All of my vape juice flavors have to be like at least vaguely Middle Eastern, or I just don't feel right.
See, and I get like winter
So
apple
like
mint.
fig date?
Actually, like they do make fig flavored.
They're good though.
It's very good. Or like apple mango.
Huh.
Or yeah, shit like that.
I didn't believe that apple mint would be good, and it surprisingly is.
It's surprisingly good.
Surprisingly refreshing.
It's like when people don't believe me that that tomato, mint, and dill is a good flavor combination, and I'm like, well, that's half of Greek food
Combined in one thing.
Yeah, it's delicious. Actually, it's amazing.
Also, anybody want some good vibes with the story about my child?
Oh my god, please
do.
Yes. Okay, so we are at the supermarket, which I love my little city where I live. And there is a person that, I mean, she's beautiful. She's obviously mid-transition. And my son's like, Mommy, look. And I went, yes. You've got good boots.
Good
and I was like, yes. And I'm like, I was like, oh my God, don't say please, don't be a jerk. Don't say anything wrong. And he's like, no, kick-ass boots. I love your boots. You got good boots. And you're buying cupcakes. I like you. And I'm like, thank you, buddy.
Hello, new friend. We're going to have soft tacos later.
Do you want to come to my house for dinner? He started asking people over to my house for dinner.
Wait, how old is he again?
5.
I love everything about this. Oh my god.
You're buying dessert. Do you want to come over? We're making spaghetti. I'm not going to eat the spaghetti. I'm going to have ramen, but my mom's going to eat the spaghetti. You should bring your cupcakes.
Oh, that's kind of adorable.
I miss working with my littles so bad. I hate fucking working in a high school.
Oh, high school students are fucking assholes, man.
I mean, okay, in
they're hormonal. That explains a lot of it.
True.
The one good thing about it is because I work in the special ed department, we are just kind of enclaved amongst ourselves and our students. I very rarely have to deal with the gen ed kids bullshit. There's something about neurotypical teenagers that just pisses me off. I don't know.
Something about a lot of neurotypical people that pisses me off.
Yes.
You know, because I realized the other day that I just don't get them.
No.
You know, I don't get them because it seems like all day, every day is just doing things that you don't want to in a way that you don't want to so you can continue to make money to do things that you hate.
Well, Jack, that's called being an American.
Yeah, well, it's stupid.
No, it is.
It's a terrible way to live.
Oh, absolutely.
I just don't know. But then again, they probably look at me and my desire to fix my own car and go like, why don't you just fucking hire a mechanic? And I'm like, because I'm poor and broke and have just enough money to try and fix it myself. Because if I don't fix it myself, then I don't have the money for the fuel to make the car go, so I'm risking nothing.
But there's a super special sense of pride that you get from fixing your own shit.
Fuck yeah,
I found this out by fixing my own gear shift cable.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yogi, the mythical gear shift cable that kept fucking up.
For months, this thing kept fucking up, and I'd have to call the car guys to come pick it up. They'd keep it for 3 days, hand it back to me, and it would fuck up the same day or like 5 days later. I finally fixed it on my own. And it was after watching a YouTube video, a guy that's like, you can fix this with some like E600 and like an eyeglass cap. And I'm like, okay, fucking sick. Let's jury rig this. Let's go. And motherfucker, it worked. It has been working. It still works to this fucking day. And I'm like, they couldn't figure this out for months. I fix it, and I have never been more like, yes, I am a genius. Thank you, guy on YouTube.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like how it's how I feel like making doing home improvements by myself. It's one of those things of like, I didn't need to call a man. It's a beautiful moment.
Yes.
But I don't know. Like, I always remember. I don't know, man. I just remember growing up, and it was one of those things where it didn't matter what it was. Didn't matter what it was. If you had the knowledge and capability to fix something yourself, why would you not do that?
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing wrong with like hiring someone or asking someone. There's nothing wrong with this, but if you can do it yourself.
God damn it, John, if you don't want me to give you advice about the car, stop mentioning the car.
Give us advice about the car, because I'm having the same problem.
I'm shaking over here.
I'm also having a problem with this. So
with
please.
the heater?
Yes.
Okay.
Radiator.
So it's overheating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does it overheat on the highway or in like not on the highway?
Highway.
Oh, it overheats on the highway. Ooh, okay. In that case, that might be a blown okay. First of all, have you checked to make sure how much fluid is remaining in the damn thing?
Yes.
Okay, so you open it up and you immediately see the green or orange fluid.
Yes.
Oh,
that might actually be really bad. It ends up lasting a couple days, so I think there's actually a crack in it.
Is it like way down there, or is it like right up there at the top?
About middle.
About middle? Okay. So your coolant's evaporating. What you need to do...
An extremely high rate.
Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to top it off. You know how it's got like... You got the tube, and then you got this other tube that like comes off of it?
Yeah.
Like that? Okay. That goes to the radiator.
Okay.
That this perpendicular tube. So you want to make sure that the coolant is filled past that point.
Okay.
So that the liquid's actually getting into the radiator. Because what's probably happening is that there is probably... Okay, and there's not an obvious leak. No. Okay, you probably have a cracked head gasket.
Okay.
It is... what kind of car do you have again?
Chevy Malibu.
Chevy Malibu. What year?
2006.
Chevy Malibu 2006. All right, that might... I would have to look it up to see how hard it is to get the head off. To get the top of the engine off, but that might not be the hardest thing in the world since it's an older car.
Okay.
If it was like, say, made in the last 5 years, I'd be like, oh, fucking fantastic. But
they did recently replace the engine, and it now has the engine of a Chevy Cobalt.
What year?
I think it said 2010.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
The speedometer also doesn't match what the actual speed of my car is.
Uh-oh. Probably time to get a new car at that point.
Yeah, I got 3 more payments and then I'm trading it in.
Yeah. Okay, so get some coolant, fill it up past that tube. And when it first gets up to that point, wait a little bit. I actually turn the car on with the cap off and see if it like drains in, and make sure that... So you basically, you want to make sure that when the engine is cool, sorry, yeah, when the engine is cool, when the engine is warm, it's actually the liquid's actually getting into it.
Okay.
Then see how long it takes for the engine to overheat again.
Okay.
If
This
it
is fun. It's like a
doesn't-
science experiment.
Yeah, if it doesn't, then it just means you never replace the coolant.
Okay.
If it does, it means you probably have a cracked head gasket. And there
Okay.
is a easy, cheap fix for it, particularly if you're not planning on keeping the car for too much longer. There is
Perfect.
this goop that you could put in the engine. You have to actually look. You want to look up videos on like where to put it in your engine, but it will basically seal up cracks in the head gasket. It's one of the few like miracle car things that actually fucking functions.
And Johnny Too Dangerous just called it Frankencar. It actually has a spooky license plate on the front. Now, I say spooky, and Josh thought it would be like skeletons dancing or some shit. No, it just literally says spooky. So, Frankencar with a spooky license plate, yes.
Ooh. Yeah, but yeah, there are things that you can do, particularly if it's like, like a commuter box.
Cool.
A lot of people don't like using this goop because it's really bad because do you tend to drive 100 miles an hour?
No.
Exactly. Nobody does. So the goop's fine. Some people don't like it because it's like, it slows the engine down. And I'm like, yeah, but only at the upper fucking levels that your car probably doesn't go, by the way.
Yes.
You're not going to be Indy 500ing this shit. You're not going to be NASCAR in this shit.
The fastest I ever go is 70.
Yeah, but what if I ever get challenged to a Fast and the Furious style street race?
Well, then you just
Honda?
lose. Because like most people don't need to do that goddamn shit. I don't need to do that goddamn shit.
Yeah.
You done all those things. It's just its thing. Then replace it. Because if it ain't the head gasket. If it ain't the thermostat, the thermostat's usually your first culprit. But if your radiator fluid's already low, then that's probably not it.
Oh.
But anyway, this has been Car Talk with Count Jackula.
It's really interesting to see like your brain light up about this shit because you are the anti-gremlin. You are the exact opposite of a gremlin, much like how the gremlin has an insatiable need to tear apart every machine it finds.
Yeah.
You're just like, I know how to fix it.
I have to fix it. Yeah, I have to fix things. Like, I just fixed my garbage can. So, the municipal garbage bin that you get in San Francisco, it's one of those big plastic ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know how it's got 2 hinges on the back?
Yes.
Well, one of mine cracked.
Oh.
And now it's really annoying to then it was really annoying to open the damn thing because it didn't open right. So I got my Epoxy 9000, also known as
I love that shit.
the Goop.
I love that shit.
Yeah, the Goop is good. And sealed that fucker up. Now it works again.
Yay!
Yay.
I've got Epoxy 9000, Gorilla Glue, and duct tape. If one doesn't fix it, another one will.
Epoxy fixed my son's killer clown's gun, so I love
I like
it.
Epoxy. I like Epoxy. I also really like Bondo.
Bondo is fucking great,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, Bondo is awesome. I just wish that I had. I should buy some because I've got like a lot of little cracks in the body of my car that could use like putting back together.
Bondo.
They use Bondo.
That could use Bondo.
I like Bondo.
So yeah, I am sorry I missed the last stream. I was not physical. I was not in my body most of the day. I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Nope, I'll still give you shit about it. How dare you? How dare you?
I can't.
I turn
Look.
into a book gremlin sometimes, and I usually have you in the background. I'm busy reading, listening, and not chatting.
Dude.
Look. I'm sorry that when I'm having an induced out-of-body experience for several hours, that I can't get my fucking incorporeal consciousness to hit the keys. I'm very sorry.
Have you tried?
I really have. I've tried to get the cat to answer a text message, and God, he wants to, but he doesn't have thumbs. His little beans can't do it.
That just reminds me of the story of Nicolas Cage's cat got into his mushrooms, and then he didn't want the cat to trip alone, so he did mushrooms with his cat.
That's exactly what you should do.
That's good pet ownership.
I agree.
You know, kind of like how sometimes I get stoned and give him catnip, and then we just laugh at each other. It's really fun.
God, I have a whole chocolate bar that just sits there on my desk, and I look at it, and I'm like, is tonight the night? No. Is tonight the night? No.
Flashman really wanted to give me one, and I was like, dude, I can't get this on a plane. They're gonna go through my bag.
Yeah. Like, you know, you got to rip the label off and put like a Hershey's thing on it or something.
Also, people think that being stoned at the airport is a lot of fun.
No,
it's not.
It's not. No, it's not.
It is
You're
the
sitting
worst.
there running around, constantly losing track of time, which is the one thing that you can't lose in an airport. Otherwise, it's going to go bad.
The only time I had fun in an airport was in San Francisco. And that's because waiting for my plane, I fucked an OnlyFans star in the bathroom.
I think the weirdest I ever got was in LAX.
Fuck.
Now, if I had understood that LAX was in the middle of downtown LA, I probably would have just left the airport and come back. But I was young and I had no idea where LAX was in relation to the greater Los Angeles area. And the idea of a fucking airport being in the middle of a city sounded stupid. That was a foreign concept to me. So I sat in that fucker for 8 hours with nothing to do. I was thinking of restarting a book that I had started reading and finished on the trip that I hated. I didn't know what to do with myself, and so I was just running around like a poo, like pretending I was a hummingbird. Because I just didn't know what else to do with my life. I waited longer for a 45-minute plane ride than I was in the air total throughout that entire trip.
I had when I came to San Francisco, the first thing was I had a 10-hour layover in the Las Vegas airport. And for a while, I really tried to hold off on gambling. And then I realized that's the only place you can actually smoke in.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I guess I'm fucking gambling then. Spent $20, won 100, lost the 100. And I'm like, yay, I did Vegas.
Yeah, that's pretty much these. But how many sad people did you see?
So fucking
Many.
So fucking many. Or the people that were like, it's $10 for a cheeseburger. And I'm like, yeah, airport prices, bitch. You were shocked.
There's only one.
Only $10?
That was the cheapest fucking thing
I
on the
live
menu.
in San Francisco. A hamburger here is like 12 to 17 easy.
What?
No.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
I think the second greatest thing was, do you remember when my flight got canceled?
I do remember when your flight got canceled.
So I don't know if Josh told you this. I had popped a Xanax before I was like, I'm ready to get on the plane. I need to relax because I have anxiety as fuck. Xanax. So they tell us the flight is canceled. So I am trying not to fall asleep, calling Josh and go, hey, can you have somebody pick me up at the airport? Then sitting outside quietly, trying to keep my thoughts to myself.
Dude, it was
Wasting
it
his
was a
Xanax on an
comedy
airport.
bit. It was a comedy bit because I think we were still on the road.
And you had to come back.
Yeah,
and it felt
we
like
were
it took
just like, it's
hours.
like, by the way, her flight, dude, yeah, her flight just got canceled. Well, guess we're making a U-turn on the highway. No, we didn't make a U-turn on the highway, but like,
I was about to say, I don't think you could.
But here's a capper to that story. I come back to work, and I apologized immediately. I had to call off an extra day, and then I got extra points for taking a day off after vacation. And I'm like, why are you giving me like double the points on this? Because you should plan ahead for your flight to get canceled.
No. No.
What?
so someone else's responsibility is now my responsibility.
Now, to be fair, when I quit that job, I gave them a condolence card that said, it says sorry for your loss. And when they opened it up, it's me, I'm the loss.
Right.
So I had my reasons for leaving.
I don't know what it was yesterday. For some reason, I got really aggro driving to the point where I was driving with my middle finger out, so that if anyone pissed me off, I'd just be like, ah!
When I quit working for Wegmans, and I'm allowed to talk shit about them now because I'm never allowed to work for the company again because I didn't give 2 weeks notice, because that's a rule that they have. So fuck you and fuck that family. When I quit Wegmans, I went in and I went into my boss and I was like, hey, I know I'm supposed to be in tomorrow, but can I talk to you real quick? I don't want to come in. Oh, why? What's going on? No. Ever again.
Yeah, I'm done.
What? I don't, what do you mean? Like, no. I'm done. You need to give 2 weeks. Well, no, I don't need to give you 2 weeks notice. That's actually not a law. That's a courtesy. And the thing is, my new job, which is paying me more, wants me to come in first thing tomorrow. So can't be in 2 places at once, bud. Well, I had no idea that you were You're not supposed to know. You don't have a right to know that I'm looking.
Yep.
See?
Well, you have to sign a piece of paper saying that you don't ever that you forfeit the right to ever work for this company again. You think I want to come back?
I brought my own pen.
I did. It was a fountain. It's a monogrammed fountain pen that you have to screw the top off of.
So fancy.
Some things you got to do right.
Well, I very secretly decided to, when I was working dialysis, I no longer do that because it's depressing and awful. The dialysis clinic I was working at, I was having problems with other employees, mainly harassing, bullying, being pieces of shit. Basically, you're never going to make it at this job, so why don't you quit? And then, shocker, I started looking for a transfer to a new location. I did my job perfectly fine, and no one could understand why people were being mean. But my boss in my old place is like, why didn't you let me know you were looking for other work? Because you're fucking laughing and joking around with the people that are fucking harassing me. Ooh. No, you don't get to fucking know. Thank you. Ooh. Fuck you. I'm never coming back here. My favorite is just flipping them off whenever I have to go buy them because they're right by the zoo. Like, oh yeah, fuck you guys.
Oh my God.
Honey, use your middle finger. Mm-hmm. Yep, backseat too. Yeah.
Mom, I'm not supposed to do this time. You can.
Well, funny, my kid, we're trying to get Tommy to not curse. And even then he'll be like, Grandpa said a bad word. What? I didn't hear him. He said fuck. Like,
Don't be
buddy,
a narc. Don't be a narc, buddy.
sweetheart, you can't say that. Whatever. Or he threw a fit and, Mom, if you just stop being a bitch for a minute and listen to me.
Whoa.
And I was like, holy, like I had to leave the room and be like, I am really mad at you right now. I was cracking up. I couldn't let him see that I thought it was funny.
Yeah,
But
no,
then I
you
had to go
can't.
back
Yeah.
and go, I'm sorry, where did you? Well, Sam said you were being a bitch last night. I'm like, so my brother said it, so you think you can say it. Great.
Love
No,
that.
no word. No word. But then he also doesn't understand that, well, if I like Josh too, doesn't that mean that he's my boyfriend too? No,
No.
that is wrong.
No.
That's
That's not what that
so
means.
funny. That's so funny. Oh my god.
He's trying to figure out language, you know?
It's great. I think one of my
You're friends. That's just what you are.
I think I'm talking to two people who would really appreciate this. Do you know what my favorite gift to give friends of mine who become expectant mothers is?
What?
Das Kapital?
Well, that's one of my favorite gifts to give everybody. No.
The Communist Manifesto.
Also one of my favorites to give everybody. I gave my 11-year-old cousin a copy of the Communist Manifesto as a graphic novel, and he came back to me like a week later and went, "Oh, all the stuff you talk about makes sense now." And I'm like, "Yeah." Anyway,
Don't it?
I did not know that existed. I should have.
Oh yeah. There's also an anime about Karl Marx. It's great. But no, one of my favorite gifts to give someone who is an expectant mother is, it's such a bitch move, but you know, I love giving them a collection of the works of Shirley Jackson.
Yes.
I'm just like, here, domestic horror, just for you.
Thanks. Oh, one of my friends gave me Rosemary's Baby, and I'm like, you're fucking amazing.
I think it simultaneously makes me one of the best and worst friends possible. It's great.
Well, me and this girl had decided that either one of us ever get pregnant, we were obviously having the spot of Satan. So when I'm like, hey, man, so guess what? That was her gift to me, wrapped in black. It's like, yay, thank you, you remembered. Even funnier, the week he was born was when Good Omens aired.
It's fucking amazing.
And I'm like, if this isn't, there are just so many signs. The Singing Order of St. Basil just released their hit track.
Teeny weeny little AntiGremlin.
We sang that to him in the NICU.
I love this. Love it.
Well, even funnier, I love figuring out what the fuck my son's talking about, but you know, I have my books and I've been able to put out my book collection again. All you want to do is read your gay man. And I'm like, gay man. In one word, gay man. Nice try.
You know what? No, all things considered, that's fucking hilarious, and I love it. Speaking of which, I spoke to the devil the other day. He's doing well.
Good.
Yeah. I've been because no. This is fun. This is fun. So when I was saying how the other day I wasn't in body, I wasn't kidding. I have been
Roaming the astral plane.
I have been, if we understand witchcraft and if we understand the concept of traditionalist or folklorist witchcraft, I have been riding the hedge.
Okay.
Okay.
I for instance, the other day I actually went to the Sabbath.
Okay.
And I mean that in the sense of like, your girl got her hands on some flying ointment. We went. We went.
Went on the Asmodeus flight.
I did, and I got okay. First of all, so the month of preparation, in the sense of no, I did this like old school shit. I have a stang now just for that. I have like a pronged like staff literally just for this now. Oh yeah, no.
Really?
Oh yeah, no. I have officially gone like full hog. I've officially just crossed that line finally.
Nice.
It's real weird. It's real weird to be like, okay. How to put it? It's one thing to like love depictions of like the witch's Sabbath, like from shit like from shit like all the medieval accounts, all the folklore, the Vivitch, like it's one thing.
Yeah.
It's one thing to love these things. It's another thing to have like a psychotropic experience of these things.
I'll bet.
That is a different.
Yeah.
I'll bet. What did that take?
So there is. I'm convinced that you could do this with acid.
Oh, okay.
I'm convinced you could do this with acid, or actually, no, mushrooms are probably more likely, to be honest with you.
All right.
Mushrooms.
We're taking notes.
Yeah. Like mushrooms are more likely, to be perfectly honest with you. But no, I have found like there's multiple ways to do this. What's referred to as via vermiculum, or the method of poisoning, which is taking things like flying ointments, psychoactive materials, is just one of about 13 or so ways that I've become familiar with.
Okay.
Fair.
One of which it involves one which I found like more success with is I forget what the proper terminology for it is, but it's essentially like forcing the lucid dreaming of it to occur.
Oh, okay.
There's also it's a lot of working into trance states. Essentially, it's really just trance work. That's really what it comes down to, is that it's very specified trance work that uses traditional formula and charms that have been passed down like since around the time of King James the First.
Huh.
Yeah, it's like the existent shamanistic practice of like the British Isles, essentially. Which is very intriguing. And it's really weird, because in that situation it's so yes, Kat, I know you were there.
I heard you.
He's very good, by the way. Whenever like I do stuff like this, he sticks around me until like I'm lucid again, and then he fucks off.
He's like, I needed to make sure you were okay. You were being weird.
I always kind of see it of like, okay, cool. You went on the assignment, you came back, okay, my work's done. Bye. But it's really interesting. I'm using a lot of mugwort. I've been doing a lot of shit with mugwort.
Huh.
It's interesting. It's an ever so mildly psychoactive material. It's brilliant.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, seriously. Anyone?
We need like a witch more, Instead of a star, it's a woman on a.
Yeah.
No,
Do,
but
do,
honestly,
do.
like honestly though, it's one of those things where it's like, I honestly do suggest anyone who legitimately wants to get involved in, I'll say less ceremonial magic, because I'll be perfectly honest with you, and I love them to death, but ceremonial magicians are so there's a level of cringe there that I can't.
Yeah, there really is.
It's
Okay.
it's very much like, how to put it, it's very much like the Hermetic Order in Mage of the Ascension. It's like, no, I don't want to go.
Yeah,
Okay.
very big on ceremony, to the point where you find yourself going, guys, I think you're kind of losing the plot here.
Yes,
How about yes? What would you suggest for someone that has recently started to accept the chaos of the universe as just a norm?
Oh,
Prime Chaos by Phil Hine.
Thank you.
that is a good one. Um, I
I am actually going to be writing this down.
yeah, no,
Prometheus
that
Rising by Robert Anton Wilson.
oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
What was that again?
Prometheus Rising by Robert Anton Wilson. That's a name you're going to be familiar with if you continue this line
Yes,
of
please.
research.
I would also say look into the lives of people like Austin Osman Spare. Because he's kind of like the de facto father of modern chaos magic and
Yeah.
and sigil craft, and he did it through paintings, which is really interesting. Um, I would also say, see, and the weird thing is there's a lot of like graphic novels and comics that I feel are actually sacred reading as well, and
Yeah.
people may look at that as weird, but I'm like, no. Of course, like comic books are being used by like chaos magicians.
Yeah.
Of course they
You
are.
probably, like, for example, well, there's Promethea by Alan Moore.
Prometheus is really good, I think, as like a prime. I think it's really good.
Yeah. He also did a lot of spoken word performances based on his explorations of ceremonial magic.
Okay.
Probably the easiest one to comprehend is was it Magic and Mindscapes?
I think it's Magics and Mindscapes. You see, I get confused because he has a couple different projects, including a detailed interview with himself.
Oh
that he
no,
calls Mindscapes.
it's just called The Mindscape.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can actually find it has a video component to it. And you can find that one on YouTube. It's about an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Yeah, I talked about this before, but I had a sudden realization thanks to psychiatric medicine that I was very much a person that was like, God, why me? And then I realized like the universe just boogies on without me. It's fucking random. It doesn't matter. And that has led me down this line of thinking. So thank you.
Yeah. Our Alan Watts is also another really interesting listen.
Yes, Zen Master Alan Watts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, also another thing about it, there's one or two very specific interviews that Alan Moore gave that I usually recommend to people, where he just kind of like breaks down the most like primal understanding of like what is magic and what does that mean. I think we're friends on Twitter. I can just send them to you.
Perfect.
Yeah, the big thing with Alan Moore is that he has come to the conclusion that art and magic are absolutely the same thing.
Great.
And that is, and he means that going both ways. He means that both art is magical and that art is what myths of magic is talking about.
It's why it's why magic in like older texts is referred to as the art.
The art, yeah. He's like, that means all art, all of it, because what are particularly in the West, what's the most common magical object?
A wand.
Pen. You can write with it, you can draw with it, you can make things that don't exist with it. Talking about pens.
Oh, I really like this guy.
Bushes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Alan Moore also gets into the art and magic of ridicule, which I'm pretty sure Kendrick Lamar was taking notes, because there's this thing that Alan Moore says, which is, should you cross the path of a warlock, your child might be born with a club foot. He may waylace to your fields. But should you cross...
Hens may lay funny.
Yeah, hens may lay funny. But should you cross a bard, he may cast a satire upon you. If it's a good satire, it could destroy you in the eyes of your community. If it's a particularly good satire, it could destroy you in the eyes of your friends and family. And if it was an especially good one, it could destroy you in your own eyes. So that hundreds of years from now, people you don't even know are laughing at you still.
In all of your ridiculous...
All of your ridiculousness and folly. Never cross a bard. and like so when Kendrick did that thing, I was like, Drake crossed the bard. No, like, and I gotta say, like, I was of the opinion that Kendrick Lamar had magic powers ever since To Pimp a Butterfly. I was like, nope, the guy's a magician. That's just it. He's a wizard. Yep. Craftsman and blacksmith. Blacksmiths are also associated with magic, because they do these magical things. They can turn metal into a liquid, and that liquid radiates with light.
And it forms something else.
Like there's a possibility, like the jinn of the Middle East are referred to as beings of smokeless fire. Light. They're creatures of light, but they can be assholes. It's like how demon also essentially means being of light.
Yeah, daemon.
Yeah, being of light. Creature of inspiration. And things like that. Yeah.
And I will say this, and this comes from a mixture of, what I'm about to say comes from a mixture of my own experiences and also like tales and understandings from like my ethnic tradition and various other things.
Yeah.
Which is that...
Hold on, I better answer this right now. It's about donations. Yeah, there should be a link to my PayPal down in the video description if you want to do it that way, which I am totally fine with, because I do get that money faster. Let me just make sure that it's actually there. Sorry, we have to we have to take a station break. You have to take a station break for a minute. And oh no, it's not. It's not on there. Okay, hang on a minute. PayPal link. Create your link here. All right, log in. Yeah. Oh my God, who was it? I was
Spanish Flea in the Tijuana Brass.
No,
Herb Alpert.
David Dastmalchian. Me and John were talking about David Dastmalchian is playing Mojo from X-Men.
Yes.
Amazing. And that thank you, whoever brought up donations, because I was going to send something to Jack. And now I remember to do it.
Aw.
Payouts, pay links, and buttons. Okay. Come on.
We are currently experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by and do not adjust your set.
Payment link. Build it. Single product or service.
God, do you remember that? Do you remember when the thing that we got our media through was referred to as a set?
Yes.
Oh. You remember TVs that were built into wooden cabinets?
I will show this. I still have a big old box TV right there.
Oh my god, wait, is that the Sony one?
That is, yeah.
I had that.
My aunt promised, my good Mormon aunt, the aunt I still talk to, and like, even though that she's a Mormon, she's like, I'm gonna give you guys a TV. And we were kind of like, oh, okay, whatever she gives us. And then she brought that, and my mother was like fuming, like, those don't work anymore, stop. And I'm like, give me that fucking TV right now. And she did.
Away. Oh,
I don't want it, I don't need it, but if they take away a cent, I'll raise hell.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. You can only use donor addresses and compliant. Yeah.
Ha.
Payment page.
so wait, it was on there at one point, and then suddenly it's not.
Publish. Share your donation. Get link. Copy. All right. Okay. So, hey Jack, in the list of like things that you should have done like fucking ages ago, how's life? Oh, it's great, like I do stuff, I struggle. I wonder why people don't give me money when I don't put links and shit. It's really, really awesome.
And now you have something coming your way. I had brought this up to someone else before, and I'm like, hey, tell me what you guys might like, because if I get one person one thing, I want to get everyone something. And I have not gotten back a fucking answer.
Hang on.
And now I know for a fact that person is asleep.
I'm super ADD, so I like...
That explains Werner's Hertz dogs, dude.
Werner's Hertz dogs, come on.
You know what's even funnier? Right after we talked about that, I found a photo of Harlan Ellison with Werner Herzog, and I'm like, no, that just makes it into the Pinks theory. I love this.
Okay, there should now be a link to the PayPal in the video description.
Yes.
Baboom.
Oh,
So wait, where was I supposed to check for something?
What?
Was I supposed to check for something?
No.
John told you to check for your DMs for something.
Okay.
Which actually, if I may just like finish real quick the thought that I had previously, because
sorry
I know
about that.
No, because I know what he sent you, and I know it's gonna be a whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, no,
in a good way. Stop that.
I'm excited.
Yes, that's the energy. Which is that like so this is coming from a mixture of like my own personal experiences, but also like understandings from like my own like traditions and stuff, which is that like all of these different people that we have talked about, they can all be magicians.
Yes.
They are all under that umbrella. A witch is something very specific. Not everyone, most people can be a magician. Not everyone can be a witch. And I do mean this because I'm like,
I'm half Romanian. How good am I on starting down this path?
Well, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Were you a kid that liked to bite people?
Yes.
When you had fun. Ooh, okay.
Oh,
we're
one
actually
of Freya's daughters. Okay,
we're
got it.
actually kind of then
we're very
I
familiar
also have
territory.
the lamest prophetic dreams. So that
no,
helps.
my honest reaction is maybe we'll see, and we'll talk privately at some point, but maybe. And the reason I say is because witches aren't entirely people. I don't know how else to say this. It's like if you are a witch, not only do you have a huge compulsion to, as like they would say in England, go to the Sabbath, not only do you have like a huge compulsion to be in the other world, the reason for the wanting of this experience is because you don't view the denizens of that space the way that other people do. You don't necessarily split them up as like demons and angels and fairies and like light,
No.
good and evil and things like that. It's because you are one of them. Like there is a kinship there.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, because in all of like the oldest folklore, witches are like, sure, a human being, like someone who's born as a human being can be a witch, but witches are not into, witches are like halfway between a human and a fairy. There is like that kind of one foot in each camp kind of thing.
So I bit a lot of people, and I was a very you fucked with me, now I gotta fuck with you, but that's something completely different. Prophetic dreams that, by the way, when I say lame prophetic dreams, like me and Josh were on stream last night and I'm like, oh, I had a dream about this happening. It's not like our screens are going to blow up. It's not like I've known when I was going to get jobs, because it's like, no, I actually dreamed of being on this factory floor before, so I need to be here.
Yeah, it's extreme cases of deja vu.
And it's like, or getting a sense of a presence and being like, it's not bad, it's not good, but it's here. And I get that a lot. Especially when I was in Salem. That was the fucking worst.
That the energy there is so heavy and mixed. It's so heavy and mixed.
I went to the Witchcraft museum and I told my mom that the most annoying part was the tape of people screaming. And she's like, what fucking tape? It was quiet in there. And I'm like, oh, I kept hearing people fucking screaming.
I started sobbing uncontrollably when I saw Giles Corey's stone.
I vomited and then asked for ice cream when we got a block away from
Stone?
it. Yeah.
Giles Corey's stone. Giles
yeah. Add more weight.
Yeah, yes. That dude. Like
related to that guy.
Wait,
the Countess is related to that guy.
Holy
awesome.
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
However,
she's a direct
descendant. She's related. Let her know that I vomited upon seeing it. Like I was nauseous to the point where I puked, and then we walked away from it, and then I'm like, I want ice cream.
Like actually it's interesting because if you actually look at like the oldest, because the word fairy like comes from like old Huguenot French. But if you look at like the earliest usings of that word, but like not with the Y, but with the IE, witches are considered in that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were just straight up considered part of that.
Sorry.
The people
I gotta address something.
Yeah.
John said, I'm almost positive she's, as an adult, likes to bite people. How'd you guess?
Oh.
Okay, so here's the funny thing about girls biting people.
You may be
the
you may be in my camp. Okay.
Yeah. Among the Norse people. So you've got this goddess Freya, right? Are you familiar? You know, the Queen of the Valkyries, also like the goddess of witchcraft. So the reason she has that reputation is that Freya worship was very popular among women who lived by themselves slightly away from the rest of the community, but we're still kind of considered part of the community, just in a very distant way, because she was willing to take in all the orphans and all the girls that they didn't know what to do with.
Hi.
The
And-
feral girls.
Yes. And one of the symptoms of this was if the girl would not stop biting people. If they wouldn't stop biting people, they were declared a daughter of Freya, and the community had no priestesses of Freya. They were just known to be around in that weird house beyond the fence, beyond the gate. You know, which is kind of how all Nordic culture refers to their town. You know, we are in the gate, everything else is out of the gate, and the priestess of Freya is kind of in both, which is a little disconcerting because a lot of Nordic culture has a very big siege mentality to it. Things are going to come out of the woods and eat you. You know, they're the ones who came up with the big bad wolf. So you've got this woman of questionable morals, you know, who's probably slept with most of the men in the community, who lives by herself in a house in the forest. It's a witch.
And there's cats everywhere.
And there's cats everywhere. But not because, look, what I'm saying is, apparently women don't like cats because they're associated with witches. They're associated with witches because women like cats. So the cat becomes sacred to Freya. And so if you've got a daughter who's like a little crazy, maybe, or a little too precocious and won't stop biting people, you send her off into the woods to find the house that has the witch in it. And there, she will either be accepted by the witch and taken under her wing, or who knows? Hey, you roll the dice, take chances.
This is also not entirely, but this is partially where the Hansel and Gretel story comes from. Yeah. I say partially because the other part of it was actually because there was this really horrible time in the 1500s in Germany where there was a really bad winter and there was child abandonment and
cannibalism.
Yeah,
you know.
So it's
Who
kind
doesn't
of
love that.
It's a combo of these things. And here's the thing: the whole beyond the gate thing. It's not exclusive to Norse culture.
But it's baked into the language, the mythology, and everything.
No. But likewise, also in other places, to the same extreme is what I'm saying.
Okay.
To the same extreme is what I'm saying. Like, for instance, like I just got a new walking cane. It is made out of blackthorn.
Ooh.
Again, if you're familiar with traditionalist witchcraft and and folkloric witchcraft, the blackthorn is usually used as a blasting rod. It's the cursing stick.
Yeah.
And yes, in case you're wondering, I have worked out the perfect new moon night for it, and there is a rural 3-road crossroads that I'm going to take it to on that particular. No, I'm doing the whole thing. I'm doing the whole.
Okay.
I'm doing the whole fucking thing. I'm gonna point that shit at people, and horrible things are gonna happen to them. But so blackthorn, besides being great for shillelaghs, is always associated with the Dark Mother and dark magic and fairies for a couple reasons.
Oh, thank you, Neil. Neil just donated $50.
Woo!
Aw, yay, Neil.
Yeah, hail Satan, Neil. Hail Satan. Hail.
And as we've mentioned before, every time you donate, penis 1 inch. Promised. Not guaranteed.
Just promised.
Just promised.
but yeah, if you if you ever like look at like a blackthorn bush, like those spikes are fucking huge. And
Yeah.
what's great about them is that they're hollow. Those spikes are hollow and full of bacteria.
Oh.
Literally, even today, if you are trimming a blackthorn, if you accidentally get like a little skin puncture from one, it will go septic in less than 30 minutes. And in a world before the cultivation of penicillin, this is a death sentence. So,
Yeah.
so blackthorn, so ancient Irish villages used to plant blackthorn and cultivate blackthorn around the village to keep things on from outside of it.
Oh.
And here's the thing. So because
They
of
would create a hedge.
Mhm,
A protective hedge.
Oh,
exactly.
Gotcha.
Also the in England the combined usage of using thorn as well as ivies to create protective hedges around things to separate the wild outside from the civilized inside. This is why witches ride the hedge. This is why they're hedge riders. This is a thing.
Because they literally take a branch and fashion a thing out of it.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. It's one of those things of like, wait, that's that. It's like that plant is a blight. It causes nothing but disease, and dark fairies gather around it. She's able to harness it. She must be a witch.
Must be magical. She must have
Yeah.
magic powers, like the old the old Zoroastrians and their fucking matches, witchcraft. You know,
It makes fire without flint.
witchcraft. You know, like. You know, well, I mean, to be fair, it was a time when the Greeks were 3 hairs away from being baboons. So, you know.
Yeah. Greatest ancient civilization, my ass.
Well, that we have a lot of ruins of, you know.
I mean,
give them that.
It's also why historically my people are not very trusted by Europeans, because we survive on the outside somehow.
Yes.
Yeah. And hence, yeah, you're right. The outsiders always have like magic powers, don't they?
Yeah.
We're sneaky fuckers too.
Yeah, we're shifty.
Yeah, it's basically a bunch of white people admitting that they can't hack it anymore on the outside, and so they fear everyone who can.
So we see this repeating itself.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, because somehow, like they're stealing all our jobs, coming over here illegally and destroying the economy. Like that's a magic power. You know, especially the way they think of it. It's not like actually they're just picking fruit. They're gonna get weirded out. They're gonna get weirded out by people picking fruit eventually.
But think about McCarthyism. They're charming your friends and neighbors into being part of the communist plot.
Yeah, they certainly can't just be using rhetoric. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows communism is bad.
We had a whole scare about it. I mean, you know, it was always like covert hating of the Jews, but come on.
You know, we could, you know, like, would you dare distrust Henry Ford?
Anyone who ever has used the term Bolshevism is an anti-Semite.
Oh God, yeah.
It's just
yeah, that's an anti-Semitic phrase.
No, it is. It totally is. Also, Horror Mom, just because I think you would actually really enjoy this. So Apollo is not just a cat. Apollo is totally a familiar spirit, and he has proved this several times over, and it's very funny.
Oh, I've heard this story. I got to get some coffee.
I'll tell this while you go do that.
Yeah. I need my own drugs.
So I have like a separate room that like I do all like my magic shit in, because I'm living in my former grandparents' 4-bedroom house and the mortgage is paid already on it. So
nice.
Yeah. I'm trying to get some people moved in, some friends of mine, because it was sharing bills is just easier.
Yeah.
Communal living is usually the better option.
You're talking to someone that lives with their brother and their father. I took everybody in.
You get it. You get it.
Yeah.
So literally, so you know how like when you get because do you have cats?
No.
Okay.
My landlord will not allow it.
Shame.
Yeah.
So what people normally tell you all the time is that, oh yeah, if you're bringing a new cat home, set up everything for them in one room, let them get acclimated so they're not afraid anymore, and then on their own they'll like come out and explore and everything. He said, no, fuck that. You can't keep me in one room. Brushed right past, like pushed past me. I'm looking at everything.
Nice.
So first of all, just like a bold cat. And I'm like, okay, cool. I like that. Literally for like the first week he was here, kept trying to get into the ritual room specifically. Like there's like 2 rooms in the house that are like closed off to him because one is a storeroom that I don't want him to get lost in, and the other is that room. And like that one specifically, he was like, I need to be in that room.
Let me in.
Yeah, and so I eventually opened the door for him, and he runs in, and before like looking around and surveying, he immediately runs in and jumps on the work table. Like just by like the candles and the spell book and everything, just like sits there. And I was like, okay. Okay, fine. You know, whatever. And he's also like he has like this odd, well, it's not odd for cats. I believe that all cats secretly understand what humans are saying.
Yes.
But
I agree.
But he seems to be rather responsive. And I was like, oh, okay, that's gonna make this transition easier. That's cool. And then was it like in the past week, so I was sitting on my bed reading. I was reading like a book on historic witchcraft that Paul Husson had written like in the late 70s. And he jumps onto my desk and knocks my spell book open and just stares at me. And I'm just like, and I'm just like, okay, odd, but cat.
Yeah.
All right, whatever. So I continue. I like laugh it off, and I continue reading. And he comes over to the bed and kind of curl sits on the book as I'm reading. I'm like, oh, that's cute. And I continue reading, and then you know how like dogs and cats, since they don't have the thumbs, they dig through things with their noses.
Yes.
He started digging through back pages of the book and flipped it to a specific page, and then laid on it. And it was the page that the first couple paragraphs are explaining how witches use familiars.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, okay.
You're telling me something.
And then he gets up and he walks away. Tell me again, what's my cat's name?
Apollo.
Yeah, so literally I flipped over the page he was laying on. The entire backside of the page is a giant picture of a rescued Hellenistic statue of the god Apollo.
Wow.
And I was just like, okay, I'm down for like 1 or 2 odd coincidental things, but
right.
that was like a boom 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 boom. That was like a okay. And
no,
like
you're telling me something.
Yeah, literally I light incense, I light up a candle, I take out a jar of herbs from somewhere. He just shows up and he does not leave my immediate space until I'm done doing whatever I'm doing.
I like it.
So do I. Also, I really like that he seems to be rather protective because he is constantly sleeping by my feet when I'm asleep.
Aww.
And anytime I have new people over to the house, now he's a very social cat. He's very bold and he will come up to you. But his initial thing until he feels the vibe of the room is to sit by me and to stare like intently at whoever is there with like half-lidded fuck you eyes.
Wow.
And I'm just like, I'm like, no, it's okay. I let them in the house.
No,
It's-
they're cool, man.
Mhm.
They're supposed to be here.
I love this cat so fucking much. Oh my god. But yeah, no, I'm just like, okay, cool. I was just in it for animal companionship, but all right.
Well, and then, spooky mom has spooky kid, and it's like, shit. No, you're cool, son. It's fine. I don't want to go in the basement. Why? Because I see grandma down there. What do you mean? Like a photo? No, sometimes she just waves at me. Okay. We gotta bless the basement.
I mean, not necessarily.
My big thing was, does it scare you? No. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Honestly, and I mean this, I do really mean this. I recommend, even if people don't get visitations from departed loved ones, I recommend everyone have some type of ancestor shrine in the house. And it literally doesn't have to be my thing hangs on my kitchen wall, and it's literally about this big, and it just hangs on the kitchen wall, because in my opinion and in my understanding, the kitchen is really the heart of a home. And I like to be able to complain to both my dead grandmothers and my great aunts about like that bitch at work I don't like while I'm making red sauce. You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah.
it's just this thing. I like to be able to do this. Um, and it really doesn't take that much. It's one of those things where it can literally be like a shelf. It can be like a corner of a counter space. It doesn't
Yeah.
need to be much. Like things that like need to be there are like, I don't know, some maybe like a doily, like, something that designates that this is an area. Uh, a lot of people put up pictures. If you don't have room or means for pictures, what I do, because I have a small space, is I have a notebook that I write down everyone's names and birth and death dates on. And that's just kind of like the ancestral like registry, and I just keep that there. So like, so like if you have photographs, that's great. A photo album is great. If you just want to write people's like names down in a notebook,
Yeah.
that's great. But something that represents them, a glass of water, and then uh, some type of plate to give offerings on, be it fruit, be it like, now I give my ancestors incense, water, and liquor, because that's because that's my
Well,
thing.
and I've talked to my dad, and I'm like, you're gonna get a bottle of Jack Daniels and a pack of cigars, right? Like that's gonna be your thing. But it's been so odd hearing my son, because I'll go through my photo albums, my physical photo albums. For
Mhm.
the kids that don't know, used to have these things called photo albums.
Pictures used to be physical things.
But the amount of times my son's like, "Oh, I remember her," and I'm like, "Buddy, that's mommy in the photo. I know that's you, but I remember her." And it's like, my my grandma died in '97, buddy. Yeah, but I remember her. She was around last Christmas. I'm like, okay. Which is,
Huh.
by the way, everyone dies in December. Like anyone from my dad's half of the family, they all die in December. Can't explain it. Half the month, that's just reserved for them.
Is your dad the Romanian half or the non-Romanian half?
He's the Romanian half.
I'm not so sure about I don't know off the top of my head what the traditional pre-Christian Romanian Festival of the Dead is, but it'd be very funny if it's around that time of the year.
I would need to look, but yeah, and that's always when, like, do you smell like coffee? Like we'll get like random things happening, and it's like, oh no, that's probably, we need coffee around the house. That's his mom, or we used to hear
Yeah.
singing on his baby monitor, and it's like,
Aw.
and that singing was not in English, and my great grandmother spoke fluent Romanian and Greek. So it's like, oh, no, Grammy T's just checking on the baby. That's fine.
But and I'll be honest with you, seriously, I always recommend that everyone have something like this, but especially if you get like visitations from family members, because
We love talking about them. That's the other thing, and I think they know they're appreciated and wanted.
that's the hey that is a thing, man, because like if you have like a decent and strong connection with your ancestral spirits, they will let you know about shit. They will keep an eye on you. They will help guard you and guard your property.
Well, the amount of little, like, I don't know who just put their hand on my shoulder, but someone's proud of what I just did. My dad's like, that was probably, was it violent? Yeah, it was probably my dad. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, just going the yes, very good job.
I love the rage. Really appreciate it. You're doing good, sweetie. And apparently he just like adored like any of his granddaughters. Like they were all little princesses. He didn't get to meet me. He died in the 80s. And it's like, no, he's still looking out for everybody.
It's a very Balkan. it's a very
well. And my spooky Romanian grandmother, I fucking love this story. So Grammy T, first off, the older she got, the more she looked like Yoda. That's the best I can explain it. Where like the head was coming out of the middle of the chest. Played rummy like nobody's business.
My mother's side of the family is Hungarian Romani Gypsy. So I'm familiar with this transformation.
Or the non-language that became language. Nah.
Yes. Yes. Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god, this is so familiar.
So it's Thanksgiving. I am 5 years old, and Grammy T wants to go sit in the den at my aunt's house, and I need to find her walker. I can't find her walker. I'm like, use me. And I just kind of conga lined her into the den because I couldn't find her walker. Little did I know, the shit folds up and they put it in a closet because they expected her to sit in the tea room. Woman was 94 years old, goddammit. She wanted to move.
You can fold it up, but you have to keep it nearby.
Right. So I'm looking at everybody in the party like, you guys are fucking assholes. Do you see what's going on? I am being a human walker for this woman. We finally land on the couch and she grabs me by the chin, looks me dead in the face. Your entire life, everyone will tell you you're weird. You're not. You're special and perfect. And pats me on the head. And that was like her letting me know my future before.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is how this goes. Like, you know, like I learned to read cards from my mom's side of the family. It's just
Don't worry, I saw it too. That was another thing that I
love. I love that one. I love that one so much. It's like, did you hear that? Yeah, me too. Did you see that? Yeah, me too. I love that.
I swear, I saw my brother playing with a ball and it rolled, like stopped dead in the middle of the fucking den and like rolled back. You saw that? I saw that too. It's like, oh, thank God.
Well, I tell you, under my ancestor shrine in my kitchen, I have my my grandfather's old cane, just like leaning up against the wall. And that's kind of like one, it's used, I use it for things, but also because like that's how I know that something needs attention, is when it gets like, when it just like falls over by itself, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So in July, one of my great uncles, my grandfather's younger brother, passed away. About an hour, so my mom texted both me and my brother to tell us this, but an hour before it happened, my grandfather's cane, it did not just fall over, it got fucking knocked down the hallway. Like it hit the ground a couple times. Like there was force behind that shit, and it went down the hall. And I was just like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't understand.
Wait.
And then me and my brother get this text, and I was like, oh, okay. And then like I literally looked at the shrine, and I was just like, I'll put his name in the book. He is welcome on the table. I know.
Howdy, Jack.
Howdy. I'm not telling you my death omen.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, don't.
Oh, John wanted you to look at that thing that he sent you in DMs.
The chemtrails thing?
Oh, was it the chemtrails thing?
I saw the chemtrails thing. He told me about it. He was like, Tennessee passes chemtrail bill. Banning her. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was going to tell you about another.
Are you
Let's
gonna
talk
kill
about the
me?
Alex Jones folk song because that's one of the best things that ever happened.
Wait, hold on. Michael McNally saying, "I'm also gypsy." Michael, tutoroka romani shib. Simchon, tutachoma-san. Romney. I'm just waiting for responses at this point.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. Does that actually translate to the Romance alphabet? Then again, it has Rome in it, so like probably does.
So it's, if you really want to break down Romaniship, if you really want to break our language down, it's originally a Sanskrit-based language that came from like the Rajasthani region, and then as we got forcibly moved into Eastern Europe, so the base of all the different dialects is Sanskrit mixed with Romanian, Georgian, and Byzantine Greek. That's the base of all the dialects. And then the fact that, and then wherever we settled, the dialects like formed around like the pronunciations and words of like the settled people.
Imagine the thing, but a language. It just assimilates.
Yeah, like you know, like for instance, my family's Lavori, so like you know, we came from Hungary. So like for instance, when I'm speaking Romanes, when I'm speaking the language, I cannot pronounce an S without making it sh all the time, even if it's always sh. And the reason for that is because that's how our dialect works. Because in the regular, just Hungarian language, whenever you see an S written, it's always pronounced SH. That's just the default pronunciation of it. And so this kind of mixed into the Romani that was spoken amongst Romani people in Hungary. Or like, you know, the Romani Chal people from the UK, their dialect is simultaneously like affected by Anglo pronunciations, but it's also because like the Romani Chal people in England are a branch off of there's a thought that they're a branch off of the Romani Kale, which come up through the Iberian Peninsula. So it's like this weird, well not weird. It's this unique kind of blend of anglicized pronunciations with also like Spanish grammar, but our language. It gets very complicated.
I am going to excuse myself
can
very
you
quickly.
write it?
That's fair.
So can you type it?
I can type it in a way that makes sense to me, because we don't have a standard. We don't have an alphabet.
Okay.
We don't traditionally have a writing system. Those of us who do write those of us who type or write in the Romani language will use the alphabetical and pronunciation systems of whatever other language we're around. Like for instance, I've known like Rusko Romani people who will say they're sending me like a text message or something in Romani language, but they'll be using a Cyrillic alphabet, and I'm like, I can't read that.
Gotcha. Wow.
Or
What I
or
was saying is that might be an unfair question to ask. Because how's he going to respond?
Because his last name is McNally, I made an assumption. Because of his last name, I made an assumption.
Oh, you assumed he was Irish Traveler. Oh, I see how it is. That's because he's got an Irish last name.
No, not Irish Traveler. I assumed he was Romanichal, which is not the same thing. So I used Anglo-Romani words. However, Michael McNally, if you're not Romani, if you're Pave, which is Irish Traveler, hey, also welcome. Cousin is a cousin is a cousin.
Yeah, and it is still wild to me that in America, the only people who really have any sort of awareness of the Romani in America are really rich people and the cops. Which kind of tells you something.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. But it's still wild to me because the average American doesn't have any concept. They know that they are a people that exist, but that's about it. They're those things on they're in television and novels.
Well, it's odd because it's a double-edged sword, right? Because on one hand, the romanticization and fetishization of the culture is very problematic and annoying.
Yeah.
The lack of acknowledgement of the crap that we've gone through is annoying and toxic and problematic.
Oh, yeah.
At the same time, because I've heard people talk about this. The other hand of that is that there's a certain amount of protection in being invisible.
Yeah, because it's really, 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 really weird to me that that most of Europe still has a lot of anti-Romani sentiment. It being synonymous with homeless people. And I'm like, well, they're not homeless, they're house. They don't always have houses, or rather they travel with them.
Well, that's the thing, right? Just the whole thing of they're home.
I wasn't lying.
Mom, you said you wasn't talking to Josh.
I'm not talking to Josh.
Who is it?
That's Yogi and Jack.
That was loud.
That was quite the shriek, buddy. What are you doing?
Surprise! I may talk to someone.
Thank you. He wants me to show everybody my squishmallow.
Wait, Mom.
Oh,
It's an angry frog, but the name is actually perfect because it's Ellison.
Ellison,
it's a pissed off punk frog.
Yeah, he looks both angry and mischievous. Perfect.
So you need to show everybody the frog, okay?
He's right. You do. In fact, I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked and appalled the frog did not come out early.
He lives on the shelf.
Frog on the shelf.
Oh, and you're
Fuck
bringing
that
your
elf.
Oh, and because we can't just have one. My son needed one.
No, I'm not going to bring.
Oh, he has a little one?
He has the same. We went to a Five Below, and he's like, they don't have your frog, and I found it at the bottom of the bin. I got it for him so he could have his own. What's his name?
Ellison.
He loves it. You're just being cute.
He's being a
No.
gremlin.
Go away. When you don't go away, I gotta turn on the siren. He went away. No, when he
You know
did-
something? What's really cool
Hmm.
is I don't think Yogi has seen you since you were a baby.
I have
No,
not.
Mom.
This is how he grew up. Look at him, very cute.
Oh my goodness, шукала ракоши. I love
Wait.
it.
Beast is
When
yet be
someone
born.
took
The
away, I
beast
got
is yet
her
be
on
born.
that.
Again, keep checking under both ears for the 666s. Have not found them yet, but they'll
One
arrive.
day, one day.
When he couldn't, when Sam doesn't go away, I got her on.
Okay, good. You're right. I do have a ghost pack. We can take care of anything.
No, not the book, not the ghost back.
The siren.
The ghost car.
Oh, my Ghostbusters car. We can turn on the sirens. Good.
Oh.
Yes, I have a Playmobil Ecto 1.
Yogi,
Yeah, we saw
Yes, Jack?
it.
why don't I have all the money to have all the things?
Someone in real life.
Then again, if I had all the money, then there probably wouldn't be things to
Someone.
buy.
True.
We saw
Hug.
it.
Why don't I have enough money to just buy what I want when I want it?
Because late stage capitalism is horrible and we need to dismantle it as quickly as humanly possible.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, see, he gets it.
I copied you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did copy you. This is true.
Although I do have to say, the gift
Hugging
sometimes the
your
gift
arm.
economy will give you a blessing.
Mom, look.
Is that cool?
Yeah. Look at my pocket.
It does have the same color palette as the frog. You're right.
Yeah, how do you get close?
Hello, Tommy.
How
Worship me.
do you get close?
How do you feel about the devil?
How do you get no? I love.
You love?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Oh,
going
he's a
feral.
little fanatical.
But I got so Josh my new.
You need to show Jack my new mouse that you picked out for me.
Aw.
Yeah,
Aw.
I've seen this.
Oh my god, that's great. Where did you get that?
Five Below, which is the same place we found the frogs.
Was it
And-
actually less than $5?
It was $5.99.
Okay. That's above
Not bad.
Not bad, but that's above $5.
I just didn't
Yes.
want you to have the old one because it was not working.
Aw. He
that-
knows when my stuff isn't working because he breaks it. And then
The
What else?
old one, the bottom was
messed up. Yeah.
Oh, the mouse doesn't work?
Yeah. My
Yeah.
other mouse didn't work. So he
Oh.
reminded me to get one. He's good like that.
I have to say though, I took some advice that somebody gave me about
I thought
computers,
that's like
and
cool.
it was the
That's
greatest
a-
computer
This
advice
time
I
you're
have ever
gonna
got.
stand.
Yes.
Right, then
It was
that's fine.
this.
Then I can do mine. But how about the
If you
one
use your
back
computer a
up
lot,
here? I got the.
If you use your
if you
computer
use
a
your
lot,
computer a lot, buy an expensive ergonomic mouse,
okay.
I got you some
Your
like
hand will
black
thank you.
clip.
and they were right.
Yeah.
They're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I am a Logitech MX Master Mouse
I just.
guy now, and I
Okay.
will.
Hey, buddy. If I give you the Twilight Zone blanket, will you go back to bed?
No, I want to stay up. I didn't
wants
have
what?
to vote with
I wanna
them.
stay up.
Oh, he
do-
wants to stay up. Oh, revolution.
Again,
I did not
last
do
time
that.
I was able to buy him out with using the pillows that look like meat. I have a Twilight Zone blanket,
Hey, Mom,
and I'm like, if
can
I give you
just-
that,
Nurse Scalpel.
it's got that. It's got Talking Tina right there. There she is, all beautiful. At the very bottom is one of my favorites, which is the fortune telling.
I love that one. I was literally just
Lava
thinking
Moon.
about that episode.
We've got the to serve man alien.
It's a cookbook.
Book.
Mommy got a face.
And if anybody's as deep of a fan, Maple Street. The sign for that.
I just want to start reading your new book.
It's
Which new
good
book?
that you did that, Anthony. It's very
this
good.
one.
The Book of Gnomes?
Yeah,
Buddy, that's not my new book.
no, this one.
Technically all my new books are old books because I buy resale. And I like buying things from the 1970s and 80s, don't I?
Yeah. I don't like those teeth.
Shush. Go on.
Say that noise.
Why don't you watch YouTube in the living room?
How about you? How about I talk over them? And,
Well, how about I talk to everybody? Well,
no, Mom.
okay, I think I'm gonna say goodnight.
No, Mom.
You can say goodnight too, and then we can watch Inside Out too.
Wait, now?
Yeah. So I will say goodnight.
Okay.
That's fair.
Okay. Say goodnight to Josh then.
That's Jack, and that's not Josh. That's Yogi.
Say goodnight to Jack, then you will Rogie.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Good night. Oh.
Oh, Lordy Lou.
Child. Small child. They are the demanding little gremlins.
Small spawn of the demon. I love him. It's very interesting because like every time I come across like a spooky child,
Yeah.
my immediate reaction is to say, I love you and will gouge the eyes out of anyone who looks at you wrong.
Yes.
That's just my immediate reaction.
Yes. I actually like one of my favorite like depictions of a monster was the boogeyman of Discworld. I love the
Yes.
boogeyman of Discworld. There is something just great about that character. Just the fact that his whole thing is I have to protect I have to be scary so that I can protect the children. Because I am not the worst thing out there. There are way worse monsters. You know, and they're just vulnerable to them. I have to do something. You know, but then again, like, of course, Terry Pratchett.
It's Pazuzu logic, and it's great.
It is. Like, one of the things I thought was so, I think is so interesting about the god Pazuzu is the demon god Pazuzu is the fact that he protects children, even though he's like this fucking monstrous winged critter.
Well, yeah, because children are, especially like before a certain age gap, children are innocent. Adults are shitty.
Yeah. And the fact that he protects them against Lamashtu, you know, the baby eating, the female baby eating monster.
Lilith and her Lamashtu.
Lilith and Lamashtu, you know, they have their things.
That's something that always like bugs me too, is when people are like, but Lilith was a goddess. She eats babies. There's
You gotta pick and choose, man. You gotta pick and choose.
She eats fucking babies. Like there's literally like pre-Judaic fucking talisman bowls against her shit.
Yes.
So it's one of those like, look, I know that we love to cling to the concept of like the divine feminine that was struck down by patriarchal men. Hey,
Which is right. It did happen.
9 times out of 10, it's absolutely true with like female creatures that you find. She's not one of them. If you want from that era and that area, what is like the real demonization of the divine feminine, that's Tiamat. Or
Ishtar.
Or Ishtar, yes. And Ereshkigal as well.
Yeah.
And the people who and I really wish people would stop saying like, well, Lilith and Ereshkigal are the no. Ereshkigal could command Tiamat because she's the queen of the night and the underworld. But Lilith is one of the it's a whole different genre of spirits.
A lot of insane things become like syncretic.
Yes.
Like one of the things that's really odd about Yahweh, Jehovah, is that guy's a storm and war god.
Yeah.
Like the last interpretation of, you know, the Judeo-Christian entity, which in a weird, which I don't know how exactly it relates to Allah, because I get the feeling that Allah was not intended to be to have a personification.
No.
You know, but it kind of inherited one simply because it was in contact with two religions that did.
Yeah, and then there's also like, and then like the birth of like Salafism did not make that any easier.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
just, you know.
Like, well, it's also like the other thing that I think is very, very, very weird is that this relatively, what at the time, it didn't remain this way, but what at the time was a very small tribe of, was a relatively small tribe of people, you know, so scarred by 100 years of slavery that they made sure that no culture with a goddess as a primary deity was allowed to exist afterwards.
Yeah, that's some shit, ain't
That's some shit. Like, that is some shit.
You know what my favorite I'll say Hebrew and pre-Judaic, because really Judaism isn't a thing until the fall of the temple, because Judaism is the idea of like, oh crap, the temple's gone, we can't do the sacrifices anymore, what do we do now, how do we interpret the books and
Can't
shit?
line the pool with the skulls for the sacrifices.
And that is what Judaism is. Judaism and Christianity actually are about equally as old as each other, because they're both the different reactions to the same thing, i.e. the temple being sacked by Rome.
Yeah, well, the other thing that is really important to remember about Judaism and Christianity, whether or not they want to admit it, they weren't alone in this. Like, this is a thing that almost everyone did. Animal sacrifice.
Well, yeah,
they
of course.
Were really big into animal sacrifice, particularly of lambs.
Yeah, like there's even was it the
yeah, everyone's got their sacrificial animal. For the Judeans and the Christians, it was lambs.
Yeah, no, the Samaritans still do animal sacrifices. Because, you know, they're arguing with rabbinical Jews about who has the better version of the same book. Yeah. So, you know.
Yeah.
But but yeah, so one of my favorite
they had entire towns that bred animals for sacrifice, and that's where Jesus is supposed to be born.
Yeah, from Bethlehem.
Bethlehem.
That
that's,
was the
that's
point. That was
exactly what they did.
yeah, the city of shepherds. Shepherds for what? For Paschal lamb sacrifices.
Yeah, specifically.
Yeah.
It's like I'm sure they
Um,
sold the wool too, but like,
I love when people try to talk about how the Bible says that all divination is bad, when I'm like, the casting of lots is a form of divination. No,
Yeah.
it's just like flipping a coin. No, it's not. Because every time they cast lots in the Bible, they think that God is giving them a direct answer to something.
yeah, it's like the I Ching.
Yeah,
The divine is supposed to be speaking through it.
yeah, that's what it is. Like fucking, if it was just like flipping a, for instance, if it was just like flipping a coin.
Yeah, RLM. Yes, that is exactly why Jesus is called the Lamb of God. He is God's sacrifice. He's the thing that God sacrifices.
Yeah, yeah. He's the he becomes the Paschal Lamb, who, well, kind of also being the scapegoat, because he also takes
Yes.
on all the sins.
Yeah.
He's like both at the same time, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, that's not something that. It is the big, like,
drama.
what would you call it? Ecumenical, like, invention of the religion. Is that
would be an ecumenical matter.
Like it, like he is both the sacrificial lamb and the scapegoat.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, and I kind of love it. It's freaky thaumaturgy. Man, and I love it.
Yeah, it really is. And like, never, how to put it, man, like the early Christians they were considered to be really weird.
Yeah, of course
they were considered to be very strange. Because they would do they would do weird things and rites that they wouldn't share with other people, and yet they were always asking people to join them. So it was one of those like, well, do you maybe want to open a temple up? No, we don't do that. Okay.
Well, wait, don't you guys have like meetings or something? Yes, but semi-secretly in caves, and they're mostly led by women. Whoa. What? Because a lot of the early church leaders were women.
That ended with Constantine, the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, the place of women in Christianity was really fucked up by Rome.
Yeah.
Because, Rome hated women.
It did.
It really did.
It really did. Like I keep saying, it's literally where the word patriarchy comes from, is Rome and its system of government. Men were clearly at the top, like by law in Rome.
Like the reason the reason in Rome why gay guys who were receiving partners were lower was because they were doing the act of a woman.
Yeah.
If that's not misogynistic, I don't know.
Yeah. Rome was very misogynistic. It practically defines it, which is hilarious in a weird way, because they
greatest empire my ass,
like, holy crap. I mean, don't get me wrong, it had a respectable lifespan, but compare that to the way civilizations would last in the East. It's like, man, were you even trying?
Ooh, number name saying they were a cult at the time. Yes.
Yeah.
But
they were separate mystery cults.
But okay, not a cult. There were about 100 of them.
Yeah.
Because it's very funny. Christianity pre-Council of Nicaea looked a lot like it does now, in the sense that there were a bunch of different fractured little churches with their own theologies interpreting
Yeah,
texts
and
differently,
they were all kind of similar,
but not really.
but not really. Yeah, and then you have like, and
I
then
forget
you have the Gnostics.
Oh
who
God, yeah,
were considered to be like the really weird ones.
yeah. Oh God, you remember that one like Gnostic Christian cult led by that guy Marcus? I think they were called like the Marquesians or whatever.
Yeah,
like
yeah, something like
the,
that.
the guy who would show you the Holy Spirit by giving you hallucinogenics and wine.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but to be fair, they weren't the only ones who did that.
Oh, I know, but that was like their main thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it was also the main thing of the Hassassin.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, which is where we get the word assassin from.
Oh, but what is it? China is Rome as if it was good. I mean,
Yes and no.
Like, I see why you're saying that.
Yeah, yeah. There's a comparison and contrast, compare and contrast that can be made. One of the biggest differences, however, is after the Warring States period, China becomes very, very, very focused on stability. Which is how its political power consolidates and becomes enhanced. But the weirdest part about China, this is the part that's really strange. For example, we don't call them the Romans anymore. Even if we say Italian, that's not quite right.
Oh God, no, because there's like Etruscan and like
yeah,
and like there's all this stuff mixed in with
and all the cultures the culture of Rome, all the cultures that were once part of Rome fractured and split apart and
horrendously.
Yeah, yeah, and only really kind of start to come together again in the dawn of the United States of America. Like for real. And even and you would not call the United States Roman. As much as some people want to. It just isn't. It just absolutely isn't. It has its roots in it, but that's not the same. It's not a contiguous culture. China has been a contiguous culture. That's the weird part. Because usually cultures like fracture, but China didn't as much.
Well, because here's the thing, and I'm not saying that in Chinese imperial history, I'm not saying there wasn't expansions and like changings of borders. Of course there was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There was a ton of that.
Of course there was. But here's the thing. Rome wanted to ever expand itself physically. China did the smart thing, which was China was like, we will have this land and we will ever expand financially.
Yeah. We will forever control this area, and this is our area. You know, this shit's ours. We already go from like the east coast of Asia to basically the Himalayas. And and what's that other mountain range that separates China? Essentially separates China from fucking... No, it's the Himalayas that separates China from fucking...
From India.
Isn't it?
Well, on the other side of the Himalayas, that's like Tibet and then into Nepal and India.
Right.
And then northward, it's like, you know, it stops like at the steppe.
Yeah, Siberia. You know.
Yeah, it goes from the steppe to the sea, and then from the sea to the Himalayas.
Yeah,
it's a pretty big chunk of shit.
Well, yeah, you can totally fit North America. You can comfortably fit North America into just China.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's a lot of landmass.
But my emperor, how will we continue to? We don't need to conquer land. We just need to conquer markets.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's been doing that ever since the days of Kublai Khan. that was
China-
that was Kublai Khan's big innovation.
China plays the long game with its money in a very smart way.
Yeah, it really does. Like the fact that they have been doing they've been playing the economic game since like the days of Marco Polo. Like
that punk ass Marco Polo.
Like fucking Europeans were practically savages by comparison. They were still using basic feudalism. Okay.
Man,
that's quaint.
Do you know? I mean, let's consider how long did it take mainland Europeans to figure out like a privy system that didn't spread plague through their villages?
It was pretty much until the 20th century. Yeah, I mean, holy, yeah, pun intended. Holy shit.
Hey man, look, when it really comes down to it, and they look at my people and go, oh, why don't you want to mingle with us? I'm like, because you have a history of being dirty.
Yeah,
you're caked in shit.
Yeah, hygiene in hygiene in Europe during much of its history was abysmal. Absolutely abysmal.
But don't you want to, like, yes, like you and your people, you come in to like do trade in the city, but don't you want to live here? Fuck no.
No.
We want to live in an encampment outside by a mile. You don't want to live? No, of course not. I just saw a rat carry a baby away.
Yeah, with the Chinese, it was the way that the Europeans lived. It was like that was the equivalent of mud huts. It was like, no, I'm gonna go back where we make buildings out of wood. Thank you. You gotta try it. It's pretty good.
It's just like in Qing Dynasty, Imperial China, Emperor sits there and goes, yes, you see, all of the carefully constructed clay and wood houses of my consorts and concubines we figured out a really interesting thing. Besides the fact that we have like a natural cooling system because of the way that air flows through the house as well as underneath it, the walls have Szechuan peppercorns mixed in with the clay so that on a nice breezy day, it doesn't cause irritation, but it causes like a nice a sensual tingly kind of feeling to the skin. And when you're with your consort, that really does a thing. What are you doing south of France? We live in shit-caked huts, and 3 of my family just died of plague in the water supply. Okay.
Yeah. It's really odd. It's really odd how like the technology shifts, man. You go back far enough in history and you realize nobody invented anything.
No.
Like everyone just copied something and then added to it until it essentially became a new thing. Like all Charles Babbage was trying to was use steam to do math. That's it. That's all he wanted.
And then the railroad came.
Yeah. Yeah, but he just was like, hey, we could have a machine that does math. That would be cool. And then the granddaughter of Lord Byron was like, I'm a weird autistic goth girl. I love this.
I'm gonna help make the steam engine.
I'm gonna help make a steam engine do number, and then someone made then like what, like 100 years later, someone came up with the transistor, and they were like, hey, this transistor is only half the size of one of those steam tubes, I bet we could make a better computer that had more little switchy bits with these. And ever since then, we've just been making transistors smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until now we have modern computers.
And now I live in an age where I hold a black scrying mirror in my hand that that has all the information humanly possible accessed through it.
Yeah.
Uh, one of my favorite exercises is,
And her
take
mother
this.
was like, "You will never associate with your fuckboy." Hey, you're not wrong.
I was like, yeah, no, that happened. That's true.
Yeah, it's like I don't think she was still alive, but like if you want to know why you shouldn't hang out with your father, go to this address where you'll find a really old, really weird woman who fucking smokes, lives with 2 other chicks and has the skull of her dead husband on a desk. Oh, by the way, she wrote a weird book called Frankenstein. And she'll tell you all about him.
Oh my god, it's fucking amazing. Oh, I love that. Oh, I was gonna say, I completely got sidetracked with it, was that, like, yeah, so like one of my favorite things of like Hebraic proto Kingdom of Israel history is that, like, yeah, so that whole thing, the book of Joshua, you know, like that.
Oh
that,
yeah.
that, you know, that one with all like the really bloody conquest in it. It is complete fabrication. None of that ever happened ever in the slightest.
A lot of the big myths that come out of the Bible didn't happen at all.
Yeah,
like,
no, and
the one thing that you can give the New Testament is that the story that it tells is based on some shit that happened. Not that like Jesus literally turned water into wine, but that that period of time, there were a lot of people claiming to be a prophet and a Messiah during that period of time who did similar shit.
Jesus was one of many apocalyptic Israelites walking around at the time.
Yeah, like, and we're pretty sure that there was a guy named Jesus who was crucified. You know.
You know, like for crimes against the state. You know, but I love when I tell people that, and they're like, oh, okay, so you're saying that like maybe they didn't defeat Jericho, but like they did like wage war with Jericho. I'm like, no, like there was no conflict. Like it did not fucking happen at all. It's like, well, it's very interesting, because if you look at all the other Canaanite tribes that were like getting like real big the way the Hebrews were at the time, they all did the exact same thing, which is really fun. A mythological pissing contest about who had the more right to own that land.
Yep.
It's literally, they were just trying to separate themselves and no longer be Canaanite. They were trying to be whatever their tribe was and make their tribe into a full-on nation. The Hebrews did this. The Philistines did this. The Hittites did this. Like so many people in that land did this.
Also now brings up something interesting about Jonah.
What?
Well, it's like Jonah was just a comedy about being a rabbi, which, yeah, I could see that. I don't know that from any personal study, but that's a claim that.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like Jonah is the funniest fucker in that book, to be perfectly honest with you. He's bitching and moaning constantly. He's bitching and moaning, and literally, the story of Jonah is, well, what's so funny? Well, what got you?
It's like he's whining, bitching and moaning constantly. Jonah is the biggest Jew.
Yeah, so basically, like, I know that everyone usually knows like the fish part
Yeah.
about Jonah. Everyone knows he was swallowed by a great fish and then spit up on the shore so that he could go to Nivea. Um, but the way his story starts is he is literally sitting under a tree and bitching and moaning about, oh, what a terrible place the world is, how wicked it all is, everyone running around, no one listening to God. Sometimes I think I'm the only good person left. And then God shows up and says, like, hey, Jonah. And he's like, oh, God, hi. Well, what do you want with me? Oh, well, I'm going to make you a prophet. Well, what message do you want me to bring to my people? No, not your people. You're going to go to Nivea and give a message to them. And all of a sudden, it turns into, what? No. I couldn't possibly.
No, those Nivians, they're the worst. Like.
Yeah, exactly. It very quickly turns into, wait a minute, weren't you just saying no? Like, it turns into that real fucking quick. It's really funny. And then he gets, and then and then finally, once he accepts his role as a prophet and he gives prophecy at Nivea, and Nivea meets the conditions to not be destroyed, Jonah then pisses and moans to God for not killing the Niveamites, which is the funniest thing. And he was just like, look, you've made me a laughingstock. How? I gave you a message that if they didn't stop doing this shit, I would destroy their city. They stopped doing the shit. I didn't destroy their city. It's like, but what, Jonah?
But you made me work, You made me work.
No, that's literally what it is. It's like, you made me do a thing. It's really funny. Sorry, Nineveh. You're right. Nineveh, not Nivea. Nineveh.
Yeah,
Nineveh.
so eventually it's just like, all right, into the whale you go.
Oh my God. And it's, oh God.
Well, it is
so
kind of,
funny.
I just like the idea that maybe the story of Jonah is actually like an ancient equivalent to like Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, no, yes, it is. Yeah, Bruce Almighty is like the story of Jonah, but for modern times.
Yeah.
That's what that is. And it's also really interesting though, because like John and I were talking about this too, or rather I was ranting about this and John was listening to me.
Okay.
I am so sick of like all the charismatic Protestant denominations that allow people to be in their church and be called prophets or prophetesses, and I'm just like, well, that means you're a heretic. That's literally what that means. Like, you're a heretic. And people might go, what do you mean? Christianity has always had prophets. Okay. I'll wait. Jack, you can answer. Chat, you can answer. What does a prophet do?
Prophesizes.
What does that mean?
That means that you have, means you tell people about the future. Or talk to them about Revelation or Testament.
So anyone who says that prophets see the future, no, they don't. Anyone who says prophets see the past, no, they don't. Anyone who says that prophets have special eyes and they can see the spiritual world and interpret it for other people, no, they don't. Those are all things that seers do. And the Bible is full of seers.
The soothsayers.
Yeah, and the Bible is full of seers. You can be a seer and a prophet at the same time. For instance, the prophet Daniel is both a seer, because he can interpret dreams, but he's also a prophet because he does prophecy. Both of these things are, and by the way, a prophecy is not a prediction of the future. That's not what a prophecy is. What prophecy is and what a prophet is means that God comes up to you, a divine being comes up to you and goes, hey, I'm going to send you to a group of people. Why, oh Lord? I have updated and or changed the terms and policies agreement. You're going to go tell them about it. Well, okay, I'll give them your message. Yes. And also there's an ultimatum. They either accept the new terms and policies or they don't. And if they do, this will happen. If they don't, this will happen. That's it. That's all a prophet does. They are literally middle management for divine revelation. That is what they do. And anyone in any Christian church who goes by the title prophet, I'm like, oh, so you're saying you have something that supersedes Jesus?
Oh.
Because in Christianity, who was the last messenger of Christianity? Is Jesus, who, yes, is God, but he's also, he's his own messenger in this moment, right? Jesus's commandments trump all things in Christianity, correct? So if you're a prophet, that means that you have a new that means that you have a new agreement. You're bringing something from God that
everyone's trying to write the sequel. God damn it!
No, exactly. And I'm like, okay, so that makes you, by your own religious standards, a heretic. Well, that's not really what I'm doing. I'm more like I'm seeing things. Then you're a seer. You are a seer. You are a visionary. You are a healer. You are not a prophet.
Yeah, the prophet professes.
Exactly. It's like, Yogi, it seems like you're being really sticklerish with it because words have power. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Atheist Network is a non-profit organization. Get that monkey up there.
So are mystics the same as seers? I would say that a seer is a type of mystic.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Here's something I want to bring up. I don't know what it is. It annoys the hell out of me. And I don't feel bad about that, but I feel a little bad about this. Pretty blonde female prophets are not to be trusted.
You gotta let that mother god shit go. You gotta let that shit go.
No kidding. Because
you gotta let that go.
I'm sitting there like watching, like Instagram is filled with people with these fucking these women with these messiah complexes, to the point where I'm like, oh, this is a thing. This is a thing. Why is this a thing? Why do you gotta be doing the work of God? I watched this fucking documentary series called No Saviors. Have you seen it?
I have not.
It's about people who do like charity mission work in Africa. And it is not flattering.
Oh, wait, is this the one where the little white kids go like, we're gonna save some African souls and bring some relief, and then it just turns out to be the biggest sham ever? And
well, it's not that it's a sham. It's that they think they know better than the local doctors. And you're like,
this is ringing a bell.
You're not doctors. You're not even Western doctors.
If I have not seen this series, then I have seen something that's very like it.
Yeah.
This is ringing a bell.
Yeah, and it's basically, by the end of it, there's like an organization called No White Saviors that gets involved, which is headed by a white woman in Africa. And so basically all of this African mission relief work becomes this snake devouring its own tail. And you could have called that damn thing the road to good intentions. You know, but the thing is things don't really go to hell. They leave and they leave and they're just a bunch of people going, okay, bye-bye. And it sort of reveals the self-centeredness of white missionaries in Africa and how fucking self-centered it is. Because I found myself like you look at the donations they got, right? And they did spend them doing their work. You know, they didn't like take the money and run. But the entire time you're like, why didn't you give that money to the hospital? You knew those doctors. Why didn't you have those doctors come and help you? Why did you insist on practicing medicine yourself without a license?
Because, Holy Spirit.
No, exactly. That is the reason.
Yeah.
And I found myself going, that is so rude and so colonial.
Yeah.
Like, our untrained people are better than your trained people because what? We're not from Africa? Fuck you.
Yeah, no, there's no such thing as a Western missionary who isn't a colonialist.
None. Oh, because, like, let's get real. That's how colonialism is done.
It's very interesting though how you bring up that like on social media and shit you see like all these people with like messiah complexes and shit.
Oh.
Hey, I'm gonna. There's a little movie. There's a little movie by a group of 6 English guys from the 70s. May have heard of it. It's called Monty Python's Life of Brian.
Life of Brian, yeah.
Okay. So I want you to look at the concept, which I've had to explain to people that they did not make this up, that it's a real thing. The line of supposed prophets all standing on their different stalls with their different audiences and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one, that was a thing.
Yep.
Especially in that time period. That was a huge thing. There was a bunch of apocalyptic preachers from a bunch of different religions and traditions doing shit.
Yeah. Too many tablets from like Rome and shit complaining about them.
Okay. So I need you, everybody who's seen the movie, bring the scene to your brain right now. Just bring it. Including that wonderful part with Terry Gilliam covering going like, and then the whole of Babylon will rise forth, and there shall be a great rubbing of powers. Including that bit, which is the best bit of that entire thing. I want you to look at that. I want you to have that whole scene in your mind, the whole remnant of them. And I want you to take social media. I want you to lay them one over top of the other and tell me it's not the same fucking thing.
It is the same thing. But what I find is interesting is that Instagram, it's so filled with the white female version of that. It's like where it lives now. And I'm fascinated with this, but it's really hard for me to look at it for any real length of time, because I start to get, my brain starts to like get angry, because come on. This is just the way, it's one of those things where I'm like, look, this is obviously just your way of being the center of attention and feeling righteous about it.
Yeah.
To the point where any sort of authenticity that might be displayed doesn't matter. It's not only invisible, it doesn't matter. That is the worst thing you can do to yourself. What? It's the worst thing that you can do to yourself because, oh, well, now it doesn't matter if you tell the truth. How did you do that?
Dark magic.
Yeah, it's a dark magic they cast on themselves. Although, I do want to say about Holy Mother God, who's a specific person. Actually, did she say holy? Or no, she's just Mother God, right?
Yeah, it's just Mother God.
Yeah, she's just Mother God.
Hey.
Everything was coming up Mother God until she ran into an active animistic culture. Then things went south.
Hey, let me ask you, how much liquid colloidal silver do you think I can?
Yeah, she would drink liquid colloidal silver to the point where his skin turned blue.
I'm so distressed about the fact that you can buy colloidal silver supplementation. I'm so distressed by it. Because it's okay.
Yeah, it's like you really want to end up looking like a bronzed Smurf?
So, colloidal silver, as they sell it over counter, which that's a thing I just said.
Yeah.
Colloidal silver as a supplement. If you take it as directed on the bottle in the small dosage that it's in the bottle, it will effectively do nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, will it poison me on that level? No. Okay, so does it help anything in the body? No.
No.
So what does it
It'll
do?
just turn your skin blue.
In large amounts, yes.
Yeah, in large enough amounts taken over a long enough period of time. We're talking years.
Yeah, and it's like, well, wait, is drinking large amounts of liquid silver deadly? Yes! Yes, it is! And this woman is sitting there with a fucking goblet, a fucking wine glass, just full of liquid silver, just chugging it on camera, and I'm just sitting there like, what? Why would you do this?
Yeah, why would you do that? It's because she totally bought hook, line, and sinker the fact that it had medicinal properties, which it doesn't have.
No,
You know.
no. The best thing that can be said to it is like, well, there's a dosage you can take that won't kill you. Well, what will it do? Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
Doesn't do shit.
Yep. That's it. It turns your skin
it's-
blue if you take a lot of it over many years. That's it. That's what it does.
Can I say this as someone who now I would never say that I have an extensive knowledge. I have a decent knowledge of like herbal and natural medicine. This is because my family is poor. So, you know, you learn how to do shit. You know, and sometimes it comes in very useful. For instance, there was a thing I used to concoct that I used to give a friend who had really bad menstrual cramps, and the medicine they had her on, she didn't like what it did to her. And I was like, well, here, try this. And she was like, wow, this really works. And I'm like, awesome. You know, I really got to say, people like Mother God and like the whole we can cure cancer with essential oils, people, all that kind of shit. I'm just like, wow, thank you for making me look legitimately crazy.
Oh God, Hurricane Maddie's talking about the horse dewormer, which
Oh my God.
I can't believe that they turned a modern modern medical chemicals into herbal remedies. That floors me.
First of all, I make herbal remedies. You fucking watch your mouth. You put respect on my craft, boy. You put respect on my name. For instance, I just made earlier today. I made a sleeping salve.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
let me put it this way.
And you know,
If you were like,
it does what it says on the
what
tin.
did you do during COVID? Did you go, I shall use my tinctures? Or did you go, I'll go to the doctor?
I'm going to the doctor and I'm distancing from people. Because
Exactly.
that's the thing, right? Like, yes, actual herbal and natural medicine can work when you consider that most everyday medicines are in fact concentrations of things found in plants.
Yeah.
However, if it's something that shit don't work on,
Because maybe it's new.
You go to the doctor. I can cure colic. I can cure colic. I know how to treat babies with the croup. I know how to reduce fevers. I know different poultices for different types of burns and skin poisonings. I know infusions you can make to help ease ease the pains of liver damage, help give you better kidney health, maintenance shit. It's like, oh, can you cure COVID with herbs? Fuck no.
Yeah, you need something more for that.
Like, oh, but you're a natural medicine practitioner. I'm also a person of science.
That guy seems to have the better poultice. We'll go with that. He has the better concoction. We'll go with that. Hundreds of thousands of man hours went into creating this. Oh, man. But yeah, like the ivermectin thing threw me because I was like, wait, how are you turning medicine back into voodoo? And I mean that not in the literal sense, I need a better word than voodoo. Like why are you turning it into like
magic?
Like magic's purpose is to give you a handle on things that we don't understand.
Hey, look, and also additionally, just like look, like, hey, do you have, I don't know, do you have cows or goats that you milk? Is the milk coming up bloody? Oh, that's metestis. I know how to treat that. It's like, oh God, what is it? Witchcraft? Is that why the milk's bloody? No, there's a fungal infection in the teat that's causing inflammation of the capillaries,
and then they break open and it gets in, and it's really obvious to see because milk is white and translucent, or rather opaque-ish, so when the blood gets in there, it's very obvious.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, then what can I do? What is your power? What can you do? Well, what I'm going to do is tell you to leave this goat alone for a while. And we're here, let me make
Stop
this
touching its nipples with your dirty, dirty, dirty hands.
And it's like, well, okay, but is there anything you can do for it? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna make a thing out of tea tree oil and a couple like local herbs that'll fight off the fungus and bring relief to the swelling, and then just make sure to put it on the udder and not the teat itself so if there's calves, they can get to the teeth still.
Yeah.
And and that'll be fine in a week.
Man, one of the things I thought was really fucking funny is, okay, so for the longest time, all right, we're going to get a little gross here. For the longest time, I had a fungal infection on my tongue. It's not uncommon. People get fungal infections on their tongue, in their mouth and tongue all the time. It's, not like, it's a relatively benign infection. It just makes your tongue look like you've always got like white sludge on some of it.
Yep.
My trip to the hospital when I got COVID and fucking developed diabetes and almost died.
Mhm.
I don't know what antifungal they gave me, but it knocked that right the fuck out. Of course, my tongue also sloughed off most of its surface.
Oh, that must have felt so pleasant.
Oh, that was awful. Because it made everything, it made everything taste like rotten cinnamon.
Ooh.
Imagine that. It took me for, like, anything I ate during that period of time, I became wary of because I did not want to taste that again. Because it's horrible. I couldn't drink tea because it had that, whether or not I put any sweetener in it. Why to eat out Princess Peach? You seen that porn of her? That's why. But anyway, yeah, fungal infections are actually quite common. Like, a lot of people have them on their feet and they don't realize that's what it is. They just think their toenails are growing funny. You're like, why are my toenails so weird and hard and kind of thick? Oh, it must just be how my toenails are. No, it's actually a fungal infection.
And that's when we break out the vinegar.
Yeah, or the let's see, or the what was it, lidocaine? No, I don't think it's lidocaine. It's
No, lidocaine is lidocaine's for numbing pain.
Yeah. Lotrimin.
Oh yeah.
That's an antifungal you put on your feet and stuff. It'll also cure athlete's foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tinactin
Hammer
will-
toe. Yeah. Like
Tinactin will also do that.
Yeah, Tinactin will also do that. Yeah. But yeah. The reason, like, some people's toes get really fucking weird is because there's a fungal infection in their toenail. And so the toenail grows weird, and that's a hard part, and the rest of the toe, except for the bone, is a soft part, so it just starts getting weird. But if you cure the fungal infection, eventually the toe becomes more toe-shaped. Because now there's nothing making it do that.
Yeah.
It's just one of those weirdnesses.
And by the way, just putting it out there, anyone who's like,
is a fungal tongue the same as a furred tongue? Yes, actually. Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fungal infection.
If you're, it's why, like, when you're sick, your coat, so your tongue gets a coat on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because you got you have a mild surface infection.
Yeah. It's like, oh, how can I treat that? Well,
if you go to the doctor, they'll give you an antifungal to take that'll knock it out.
Mm-hmm. Additionally, along with the antifungal, I would suggest a vitamin C regimen and a lot of oral rinses made out of water, apple cider vinegar, and salt.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah.
But get the doctor pill.
Also, yeah.
Get the doctor pill. Like, why fuck around? And the answer is going to be because I'm poor and have no health insurance. But
Hi, that's where people like me come in.
Yeah. I not to get on the socialized medicine kick again, but socialized medicine for the win, yo.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that so why do certain things cost so much when they really shouldn't? Insulin, great example. You're going to say, oh, it's because they can make more profit off of it, which is true.
Mhm.
But in a weird way, it's not really the reason. A lot of it has to do with just having the rich in charge of shit. And you're like, well, how can we avoid that? Well, actually, you can do it. That's what socialism is about.
We just have to eat them.
Yeah, because rich people like things to be exclusive only to them, even if that makes that thing suck. That's the important bit that is really hard for people to understand. Even if it makes it suck, they would rather it be exclusive. Because that's their general thinking. And if you're like, that doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You have to understand that people of privilege have to be told that their shit doesn't stink on a near constant basis. Constant. They have to constantly be told this stuff because if they don't, their whole world crumbles around them. So they exist in a world that has been created that will do this for them. And that includes us. That's why they want peasantry back. So that they can just be, so no one can argue against them when someone calls them out on this shit. Or rather, inevitably, their desire to not want to have to be accountable for this crazy fucking shit leads to things like feudalism. Look at Elon Musk. Imagine what being around that idiot has got to be like if you live, if you're like his assistant or something. You pretty much have to constantly babysit him. Because he can't, a man like that cannot function.
God,
He cannot function.
I so often
Yeah, it's not just a status symbol. Like, they have an emotional need for it. And it's not even, it's weird. It's a weird form of greed.
I have a recurring fantasy.
Yeah.
I want to take Elon Musk and I want to give him that like face-off surgery with like an average asshole so he doesn't look like Elon Musk anymore. And then I want to drop him in the middle of a downtown urban area with no money and no identification and just be like, bye, asshole.
Yeah. Just make your way.
He will be dead within an hour.
Yeah, he won't do well. Yeah, and imagine being one of his kids, especially his trans daughter. Yeah, like, you're related to that. Oh,
I'd
great.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, I'd rather not. Because that's got to be really weird. Yeah, he literally had a trans kid that disowned him. Good.
I mean,
good for them. Good for them. Because that's the thing that I kept telling people. Look, can we really blame Mel Gibson for the opinions of his father? Did he disown him? Then yes, because if he didn't disown him over that, yeah, no, you could totally judge him by that. Because that means it's okay as long as it's his dad.
If you don't disown him, if you don't publicly decry it, what
Yeah, and it could have been just as simple as, I love this man, but he's wrong.
Yeah.
I love this
Yeah.
man, but he's wrong. I lived my entire childhood listening to him spew this fucking nonsense. But at the end of the road, there are many things that I love him for that no one else gets to see because they're not his kid. I love him for those. But let's not beat around the bush. Yeah, he's a fucking Holocaust denier. That's weird.
Fucked up.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's weird. All right, I should probably let you go, man. You look like you are fading.
Well, here's the thing, right? I think we've got an interesting question in the chat, which is, hey, Jack, Yogi, hypothetical, if you were stuck in the world of classic Care Bears cartoons, what would you do?
Wait,
Meaning,
who would we be, or what would we do?
What would we do? Like, what would we do with that being our suddenly thrusted reality?
Are we Care Bears, or are we
don't
just people that the Care Bears exist around?
One of those is more tolerable than the other.
Yeah. Because no, John is absolutely knows where I was going. I would totally be Grumpy Bear.
Of course you would.
Yeah, I'd totally be Grumpy Bear.
And I would kill myself. But no. I don't know what bear I would be. But I will tell you this. If I found myself suddenly in the world of the Care Bears cartoon, I would hope to God it was Care Bears movie 2. I would hope
the less, yeah.
I would
the
hope
less
and
child
pray-
rapey one.
The one where Mickey Rooney's voice is not being piped in. Mainly because
Time for a game of disappearing
bear. Yes, that's where I want to be. I want to be in that one.
Yeah, the one with Darkheart,
Yes, that's exactly where I want to be. What would you be doing, Yogi? I would be sitting back, not explaining my existence to anyone, and eating popcorn, just fucking watching this shit happen, because this is the best acid trip I've ever been on.
What situation would this be in Babylon? Okay, if this was in Babylon, it'd be one of two things. There would either be it would either be a product like in the real world, but it would be called something like Scare Bears. Or
which already exists.
Yeah, which already exists, unfortunately. Or maybe Despair Bears. Self-cutter bear.
It's different forms of depression.
Yeah. Different forms of angst and depression. Self-harm bear. His symbol is like a wrist with fucking cuts on it.
The fact that this cat sleeps through my cackling is amazing.
But if there were Care Bears in the world of Babylon, they would be an overseer plot. They would be extremely sinister because they just want you to feel, they would want you to feel good, not because it would make you a better person, but because, you don't want to be a burden to other people, right? Basically, they would be very nice to you while leading you down this path of complete self-hatred.
Come on, guys. Don't feel down.
Come on, guy. Don't feel down just because you're a burden to others.
Have you ever considered how your mom drinks because of you?
Yeah. I feel like this is somehow my parents' divorce is somehow my fault. My fault. Oh, of course it is.
It's because you don't bring anything to the table of your family.
Yeah, you don't bring anything to the table. What is it you really do? Well, I don't know. I just love them. But you think that's enough? Oh,
love has never been.
Ow!
Love has never been enough. That's a lie.
That's a lie, you know. Like, yeah. It'd be shit like that. To the point where you really, as like a third party, the audience should be like, "Oh God!" Like, what the hell kind of like?
I
Basically,
feel
what I'm
very
saying is that
uncomfortable.
all children's shows in that world are basically "Don't hug me, I'm scared."
I don't like this game anymore.
Anymore. You know? Yeah. Well, like, I love people trying to find deeper meaning in that show because I'm like, no, that I'm not saying that the things that you're seeing don't exist, but you're missing the forest for the trees. The whole point of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is that children's programming is fucked up. You really thought about how fucked up it is?
Mm-hmm. It's why I like oh god. It's not Gone Home. What the fuck is it? Oh, guys out there in the chat, help me out. What's the it's like it's not Fun Home, it's not Gone Home, it's that fucking creepypasta that's evolved into a whole fucking thing with its own website.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Something like the Fun House or something like that.
Yeah, and there's first of all that fucking main puppet with the blue hair who looks kind of like Elvis but not quite with the ascot. That dude has somehow become a queer icon, and I'm totally okay with it. I'm totally okay with this. I'm like, yeah, do that. That's fine.
Oh man. The funny thing is, if you remember
shit.
Homestuck? You ever hear Homestuck?
Okay.
If you try to explain that to someone now, it sounds like a creepypasta.
Okay. Here's my thing about Homestuck. I have no fucking idea what it is. I don't know. I literally don't know what the basic premise is. I don't know how many different versions of the interactive story there are. I literally don't know, Jack. And I don't fucking want to. Don't sit there and try to explain it to me. I don't want to fucking know. For two reasons. I get some type of interactive story that revolves around community participation in it, and I get that people dress up as I know that. When it comes to the details, I don't need to fucking know. For two reasons. One is because that shit fucking clogged Tumblr during the heyday of it, and I was like, no, stop it. Like, literally, there was so much. Do you remember that? It made the fucking website crash because there was so much of it. Do you remember that? That was a thing that happened.
Yes.
So won that. So I would run into these people on Tumblr, and I would run into them at conventions, dressed as their character. I gotta tell you, they were always the worst fucking people. My experience was they were always the worst people. Now, I have since made friends with people who have been like, oh no, I was totally into that, and it was like a loving community and blah, blah, blah. I'm glad that that's your internal experience of it. Because personally, I don't know why, I kept running into all the fucking assholes. And it just made me go, I don't want anything to do with this.
Everyone told me I had to check out Homestuck. And I'm like, no. I'm good. Someone's like, oh yeah, the Babylon Children's Show. It's just like, first it starts crying child. And then the guy does the peekaboo game. Where's Big Brother? Where is he? And where's his will to live? Gone! Oh, man. Although I realized something today. Speaking of crying children. No,
What,
it's uplifting. It's uplifting.
just the concept of crying children?
Yeah. It's just related to crying children. Realizing your job as the grown-up version of yourself is to be the person that your inner child looked up to.
Yeah, of course it is.
You know,
Like,
I was just realizing that, you know.
yeah, no, part of healing your inner child is, as an adult, being the person who was never there for them but really should have been, like, and that they could have looked up to and trusted and been open and honest with.
Yeah. Hey, look,
So
as dumb as Skibbity Riz is, that ain't nothing on the pain Homestuck caused me.
Skibbity
Riz, also known as
Skibbity?
Gary's mod. You know, like, come on, Skibbity. What's this hole in the bottom? Behold the Skibussy. Do not look into it, Mr. Building. Like, I do not understand Skibbity even a little. But it causes me so much less pain than Homestuck did. And I understood that thoroughly.
You know, the thing is, I do get it. I do get it. Now, you might then ask me, okay, then explain it to me. I can't do that.
I couldn't explain to you at the time why it was a thing. You know, but if you want to know more, the main thing that you got to know is that the main big thing that came out of Homestuck, other than Homestuck itself, whose star has faded, was Undertale.
Yeah.
So, if you want to know what Homestuck was, imagine Undertale, the interactive webcomic. And that'll put you in the right ballpark.
I mean, I feel that Undertale is better written, but okay.
Oh yeah, it is. Like, I didn't like it. I still don't like it. Because, like, okay, because here's my feelings on Undertale. Which is, as an examination of human behavior, this is all about being an abuse victim. But I don't think it realizes that. Because it's all about doing what other people want. In the way that they want it. And so I take it as a reflection of inner trauma. And I'm like, yeah, the person who created this was going through some shit.
Yeah, no, that's open. That's very openly what it is, and that's why people like it, because there's a catharsis and a kindredship to there.
Yeah, but the problem is that there's no turnaround moment.
No, but that's what therapy's for.
Yes. But what therapy is about learning to fight and slay dragons. Fiction is about letting you know that that's possible.
Yeah.
You know, so I always, like, was a little annoyed. Also, everyone was like, oh, it's a game where you don't have to get into any conflict. And I'm like, except for destroying your relationship with yourself. Because
Yeah,
by the end of
yes.
that game, like, can you really respect any of your own choices? Because no one else does. Oh, we like you because you told us exactly what we wanted to hear. Do you realize how weird this is? And the other thing is this. All right, so like I said, been reading a lot of comic books. I am tired of this fucking tweeness that I see in a lot of comics right now. Not all of them, but oh my God, can I not stand it? I keep relating it to, like, I feel like I'm watching an April, July, or Miranda July movie. You know, where I'm like, no, stop trying to make horror cute. It's
Can you provide an example of what you're talking about? I don't quite.
yes, I can. I can provide you a few. One. There was a comic that was recommended to me. It's called Nights, Nights,
Okay.
and it's supposed to be a comic about a world that's kind of set in like 1990s America. But there are ghosts and vampires and other things hanging around, and people just kind of deal with it. But do you know how, like, for example, True Blood, the TV show, not the Southern Vampire books, did this thing where it was like, yeah, let's talk about gay rights. Let's just talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about prejudice. Why don't we? Yeah, why don't we talk about, like, how fucked up and evil the Christian church is?
Yeah.
You know, hey, let's talk about the repression, even the people who believe it. Let's talk about all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It doesn't do any of that. Instead, it's just kind of kooky. I read a collection that was like 6 issues. That 6-issue collection ends with what I assume to be the start of the plot. Which, putting your plot, the beginning of your plot at the end, I thought was a very bold choice. And it's not like bad things don't happen. But the art style and the storytelling style add no weight to anything. And everything's just kind of, it's kind of like Night Vale. It's a bunch of stuff that happens. And everything's just a little quirky and kooky. But at the expense of any dread. Because it's so quirky and kooky, you have no questions as to whether or not anything's going to turn out all right. Of course it's going to turn out all right. It's this kind of thing.
I will say, and I think my word can be taken on this here as someone who is a fan of Welcome to Night Vale.
Mm-hmm.
But also things that are more, regardless of how you think the writing is, but as also someone who's a fan of things like the Magnus Archives, where nothing turns out well.
Actually, I liked the Magnus Archives until I got to like season 3.
It does not. I'll just say, considering you didn't like finish it, I will say this: there is no happy ending.
Well, that's all right. Do you mean for the characters of the audience or both?
Yes.
Oh, see, that's what I was afraid of.
You see. Oh. Here's the thing. Like, did you stick around long enough to see like the budding romance or the budding relationship?
I did.
Yeah. hey, and let me ask you something. You know how at the end of the day, you can agree that Martin as a character deserves to have a life with someone he loves?
Yeah. All right, okay. I assume that didn't happen.
Oh, fuck no, it didn't. The promise of it was right there, and it was snatched away brutally and violently.
Yeah, the problem that I had with the Magnus Archives is it was just a point where I just wanted the main character to shut up. And in a radio play, that's a bad thing.
Eh.
The other part was there's a lot of dicking around.
I mean, I can forgive it because it was being it was not too preemptively written.
I'll give it that. I think it went on for too long, actually.
All right.
You could
fair
say
enough.
the same thing about Supernatural.
And you like that show.
And I like that show. Well, up to a point. But I did with Supernatural what I did with the Magnus Archives is once it was too boring for too long, I tuned out.
I just every time you bring up Supernatural, I just cut back to that clip of you. Every time I close my eye, I see you. And I want you inside
me. Yeah. I forget. Did I put on the wig for that one, or was I just Count Jackula?
You were just Count Jackula.
Okay.
You were just Count Jackula with the hat for that one. But okay. So, but still, as someone who is a fan of things that are more dark and dreadful, like the Magnus Archives, as someone who's a fan of things like Old Gods of Appalachia,
and the first season of that is amazing.
It is. The way I introduce that show to people who are like, I'm not quite sure about how I feel about it. I'm like, okay, come sit down with me. We're going to listen to one episode from the very first season. And it's kind of disconnected, so it doesn't matter. You tell me if this sense of dread is up for you. You know what the episode I make people listen to preemptively is?
The first time the thing in the wood shows up?
The boy.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we're going to be talking about the history. We're going to be talking about the exploitation of the people. Are you down for this? It's like, well, that was absolutely haunting. Yeah, it was. All right. So I like stuff like this, but I also like stuff like Welcome to Night Vale. I have a wide and collective range.
For me, I don't like that stuff, and I keep trying to figure out why.
But that's fine though. Like, okay, for instance, like, so as someone who does like the show, so all the things that you said of like, yeah, it just seems to be like a collection of things that happens, it kind of meanders, it's just kind of, yeah, I like that about it though. I legitimately like that about it. But here's the thing. I'm not in any way saying that that's the superior form of storytelling. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying for those of us who like the show, one, we like independent characters in the show. Like, for instance, I like the faceless old woman who lives in your house. I like her. The fact that she's voiced by Mara Wilson is just all the better. I like old lady Josie and her angels that live with her. I like that. I like the ominous warnings of the town council dressed in their black robes that no one is allowed to look at. So so a lot of us that like that show, like, we like characters and independent parts, and then when it comes to like the connective tissue of it, it's like, well, yeah, but I mean, it's the kind of, it's not the same, but it's a similar brain scratch to ASMR and
Okay.
white
Okay.
noise. It's spooky white noise. It's semi-narrative spooky white noise. And I like that. I like the idea that, like, while I'm doing something or trying to just kind of disconnect for a little bit, I can just have it on and just listen to it, and it just kind of guides me across a mindscape a little bit. I enjoy that about it. And that's the thing. It's like, if at the end of the day, if that kind of storytelling or that kind of interaction, or uh, you know, however you want to define this, if that's not your cup of tea, that's fine. It's a personal preference thing at that point.
Yeah, I I know it is a preference thing. You know, I know it's a preference thing, but like I'm still always whoops, sorry about that. But there's something about it that irritates me. There's something about this kind of thing that irritates me. And
Let me ask you,
sure,
how would you feel, and how do you feel about the concept of a meandering drive with no destination?
it depends on what happens.
Okay. Um, can you ever use those experiences as just, okay, like, are you the type of person who could, like, take a drive to, and let's say there's like no heavy traffic or anything like that, it's just a drive. Are you the type of person who can, like, take a drive to nowhere, even if it means eventually looping back to your starting point, and be satisfied with that?
Well, kind of all journeys are kind of in a car, kind of like that. But once
Yes, but
again, it
you,
depends on what happens.
yeah, okay, fair enough. Well then, well, that's the thing. Like, at least for me, I can't speak for all the other fans, but for me, that's what stuff like Night Vale does for my brain. It's like, it's a long it's a meandering drive through a particular mindscape, through a particular thought space that has an aesthetic that I jive with, and I happen to like the way the person driving that car drives.
Hmm.
um
I get bored.
okay, well, there you go.
Yeah,
From
I find them boring. You know, I found Night Vale boring. Um,
okay, okay, so, how to put it, on your own time you can work out the minutia of that, but at
yeah.
the end of the day, I think that's really your thing of, like, I don't get, like, why I don't like this, blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, because the way this particular thought drive is occurring, is boring to you.
Yeah, because I seem to need something to be a bit more sinister.
Hmm.
You know, I there's I don't like it's hard for me to explain where the division is because I do like taking the extraordinary and making it mundane. What I do not like
Mhm.
is taking something fantastic and dragging it down to a mundane level. It is okay if the world treats it that way. But if the story treats it that way, I get annoyed.
Well, maybe you and I are just gonna have like different opinions of this, because for me, the thing about Night, because I always found Night Vale, besides it being like relaxing, because I could listen to Cecil talk about complete bullshit for hours. His voice is very
That
relaxing
might
to
be
me.
another part of it because I can't. If I am engaged with a piece of media and I find it relaxing, I just go to sleep.
It's not always a bad thing.
No, it's not. But like, I couldn't say that I was engaging with it, if you know what I mean.
Fair.
It's like, oh,
And
this
that,
is,
and
that I'm not really listening to the story. I've passed out.
you see, I will say this though, is that when I listen to things like, for instance, like when I listen to ASMR, for instance, or I listen to white noise, or I listen to like a narrative or something like that, and I do go to sleep, usually the thing that I'm listening to affects my dreamscape.
Hmm.
So for me, that makes it interesting. That makes it interesting. Um, you know, so using it as a tool that way is interesting for me, but
Okay.
as well as relaxing. But also, um, wait, no, I had a point. What was it? Wait, you no. I did have like another point because you were saying that you need something to be more sinister. Yeah, okay. To me, beyond that aspect of it, and beyond the fact that I like the aesthetic of Night Vale, I don't think anyone's disagreeing that the general aesthetic of the concept is intriguing because it is. Um, but the other thing that got me was that like always kind of found what you just said that Night Vale does. You see, I don't think that the story makes the fantastical mundane. I think people in the story make the fantastical mundane. I think
Yeah.
that there's
Yeah.
I think that there's like a bit of an absurdist joke in there that we all know how bizarre and fantastic the situation really is, but everyone else does not treat it that way. Actually, in fact, the only person in the entire show who does treat the fantastical as the fantastical is Carlos, the scientist that Cecil is in love with. He is the only one, if you really listen to the show, he's the only one who is completely fascinated at all times by all the weird shit going on. And everyone else is just, while Cecil is just like, ah, lovely Carlos. He was talking about how our town is so interesting because it lives on a dimensional rift. His hair was so beautiful today. And you see, that's what I find so funny about the entire thing. That's why Carlos as a character becomes an essential part of the plot, because he kind of is the stand-in for what is wrong with you people? This isn't normal. And everyone's just like, ah, a scientist. you know. So that's the thing. Like, at least from where I sat.
I'm gonna go meet the Lord. Ah, an optimist.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's so at least from where I sat, my audience experience of Night Vale was was humorously absurdist in the sense that literally only the outsider is not fazed by anything and is going, do you people not see what this is? So for me it worked that way. But here's the thing, if it doesn't work that way for you, that's fine. That just means that this way of telling this story isn't for you.
Cute little cat girl's like, hey Jack, if you want to spend a long car ride with if you have to spend a long car ride with either Orson Scott Card or J.K. Rowling, which one would it be? What are the laws of extradition where I am? Somebody's not making it back.
I recently saw a video where I forget the name of the YouTuber, but this girl was like, hey, out of the top 100 characters that J.K. Rowling's ever made, only 28 of them are women. And they're all awful and reveal her internal misogyny. Let's look at that, shall we? And I just went, ooh. The takedowns just keep going.
And the hits just keep on coming. I can't believe she led a hate campaign against an athlete.
Well, I can.
Because she suspected them of being trans. I can't. But that was a level I didn't think was going to happen. I totally believe that she would have wanted to do something like that, but I didn't think she was actually going to cross the line.
See, I always knew that she would, because a TERF is just a Nazi by a different name. And
yeah,
you know, and
she does like having her little regimented little categories of children.
Because here's the thing, right? Like, well, I mean, you know, scratch a TERF, find a racist, but also like how to because being a TERF is not about protecting women.
No,
it's never been about protecting women. It's always been about fear and loathing, and it's always been about trying to regulate women even further through the back door. That's always these things have always been a part of it.
Wait, that last part is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because I'd never really thought about it that way. Could you go into more detail?
Okay, well, if we consider, okay, so you know how your whole thing, I think the easiest way I can sum it up it might click all together, and your brain just might be saying this. So you know how like your whole thing about highly sex negative feminism and prudishism being just a backdoor way of like puritanical sex standards.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Because like it negates an area in which it negates one of the few areas in which women tend to have outsized influence as opposed to men having outsized influence.
So basically,
you're not allowed to TERF here anymore. Yeah.
So basically, being a TERF, much in that same way, being a TERF is just another way to control and regulate women and how they're allowed to present and how they're allowed to identify.
Oh yeah, it's inevitable when you think about when you think about it that way. It's inevitable because in order to be considered a woman, you have to pass as a woman. Oh, therefore one must present in a very specific way in accordance with what the culture considers to be feminine. Therefore tightening that noose. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
You know, so of course it was going to end up like this. It's inevitable that it ends up like this. Uh, Consider the fact that if you actually, I am distressed about how much time I've dedicated to looking into Joanne's brain. I'm distressed by how much time, but since I'm a non-cis person, I figure I better know what the person trying to kill my brothers and sisters is getting up to.
Yeah. 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 I
Um,
hear you.
and in that way, when I've looked into Dear Joanne, um, what I have found is like for instance, the initial tip off. No, not the initial tip off. One of the things that made me know that it was eventually coming, that all turfdom eventually comes to this point, is the way she infantilizes trans men. Because that's the thing. If you actually pay attention to her and all her other turf friends, like, yes, like we all know that they villainize trans women and try to paint them as all trans femme people as men simply trying to invade women's spaces.
Right.
We know that. We know this.
Yeah. 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 That's their thing.
Trans men are infantilized. Trans men by TERFs are considered to be confused lesbians who their poor little girl brains have been led astray.
Oh. Oh, that's insidious.
Oh, it is. It really is. So whenever J.K. Rowling was talking about, that her being a TERF or being anti-trans, that like, for instance, that she was trying to, whenever she talked about how much she cared about lesbians and protecting like lesbian spaces, it was a dig at trans men. That's what that is.
Oh.
It's saying that like,
Oh, wow.
It's saying, oh, you poor trans men, you're just butch lesbians and you're just confused because you've let the men lead you astray with their concepts. Because you don't know how to think about that for yourself.
Wait. So they're saying that trans men are are pygmies?
Yeah.
Oh my. Wow.
Haha! New levels of infamy.
Wow.
I love it.
That is fucked up. Yeah, when am I getting JK Rowling on stream? I don't know. The day I get to dick slap her in the face? I don't know. Like Logan Paul was named in the cyberbullying suit? Of course he was.
Well, may I be perfectly honest with you?
Yeah.
I really want to watch Mike Tyson kill a white kid on live TV. I really do. I don't care how that sounds. Fuck y'all. Nothing would give me more Nothing would give me more pleasure than Mike Tyson hitting that kid so hard that it severs his spine.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
That's my gladiatorial combat, and I demand blood.
I gotta say, watching the patheticness right now of Donald Trump and his poor reaction to Kamala Harris rejuvenates me. I feel like Santa Claus is real again. You know what I mean? You know, the world once again is working in a way that I understand.
See, you can have a grandpa, it just needs to be a wisecracker. That's it just I I I love the fact that Donald Trump is trying to tell the DNC that they can't replace Joe Biden and trying to say, no, bring Joe back. I'm just like, oh, are are we very, very real? Are we very much realizing the fact that we're going to lose again?
Oh, I hope he loses big. And I'm going to say this. I am loving the fact that the Kamala Harris campaign is doing what I have been saying for the last, I don't know, 12 years needed to be done. Was just come onto the scene like gangbusters swinging. You know, like it's Wrestle fucking Mania or some shit.
I'm sorry, we all saw Lil Jon announce for Georgia, right?
I did. I was
Turn
like,
down for what?
I was like, my brain, like, I'm like, am I gonna survive this awesome moment here? I don't know. I just do not know. But that's exactly it. I was like, no, everyone is doing what they're good at here. Getting people excited because we love watching people do what they're good at and be good at it. You know, no, having fucking like the most infamous hype man of all time fucking come down and hype up your candidate. That's a great idea. I mean, who's Trump got? He's got Johnny Carson and Ray J. You know, and Hugh Hefner. What do we got? Ray J. Johnson.
He's got Kid Rock singing to grandmas. You saw that shit, right?
Yeah, I saw that shit.
That shit was terrible. I looked at that and I was like, Kid Rock,
Terrible.
Kid Rock, what happened to you? You just used to be the worst rapper. And that was it.
No, like, yeah, no bar is too low for Kid Rock. I'm like, if you had like, if someone had asked Kid Rock to have anal sex with fucking Donald Trump for $1 million, I'm pretty sure he'd do it.
I mean, he looks constantly greasy. He's lubed up.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, you remember
Kid Rock
that,
is
right?
why I don't have long hair anymore.
That's fair. Because I'm just saying, like, you remember that, right? Those golden times when he wasn't necessarily like a racial bigot. He was just the worst rapper.
Yeah, he was just bad.
Hey,
He
Jack.
was just a bad artist.
Hey, Jack. See me cruising in my caddy. Folks, they like to call me daddy. Cool when I'm styling. We remember this. Don't you fucking lie to me. I know you remember this shit.
Does it count if I tried to actively forget?
I rip, I rock, I roll G. I've trimmed my hair with the flow B. That's so cream, like with the A team from here to San Francisco. I'm shooting like a pistol. I'm so slick. I'm Crisco. Daddy likes to diss.
Promise you'll never do that again.
Of course not. That was the one. That was the one.
Yeah. And Hulk Hogan, like, I thought that the perfect fucking moment that summed up the whole RNC thing was Hulk Hogan ripping off his shirt to reveal another shirt.
Well, yeah, because like what's actually under that shirt is horrifying now. We can't do that.
Yeah. And I did find myself going like, dear
and I'm not
Hulkster. The fuck?
Signed, everyone.
Everyone.
And by the way, for everyone out there, I'm not body shaming Hulk Hogan. I'm saying that like his chest is actually a gaping void with eldritch abominations in it, and it will actually cause blindness. Because he
Oh.
voluntarily serves Vince McMahon, so there's like no soul in there now. So it's just filled with horrible shit.
Look at them eyes. There ain't no soul in there. Odd.
It's like evil, you say. Where does your food
How did
go?
Jesse Ventura get cooler than Hulk Hogan? Or did Hulk Hogan just start to suck that bad?
Well, consider. Andre the Giant knew that Hulk Hogan was an asshole and was full of shit. Andre the Giant hated Hulk Hogan. And you know what? Andre the Giant loved his mama and has never been proven wrong.
Yeah. Yep. At least the Ultimate Warrior died on a high note. Well, if you weren't watching, like no, you didn't have to watch him on what was it, A&W, A&W Raw or whatever. Like you didn't have to see his return on that. It was easily avoidable, even if you're a wrestling fan. So
odd, isn't it?
Yeah, we weren't forced to watch his worst moments.
It's kind of like how it's kind of like almost like we collectively just went, nah.
Hulk Hogan lived long enough to be the villain. I actually take exception with that phrase. Because it comes down to this. How big a cunt are you? Like, that's really, I think, what is revealed. Because there are plenty of people who live a very long time who do not become villains. They may go through periods of people not liking their decisions, but they're not bad people. And then, there's shit like this. There's shit like Hulk Hogan stumping for Trump, where you're just sort of like, oh, you suck. Not as a wrestler, but as a human being. As a human being, you suck. And I'm saying this fully aware that there is a man whose name is practically a racial slur who is a better human being than you are. Who you would have thought would have completely been in agreement with you. But no, turns out Arnold Schwarzenegger is very vociferously anti-Nazi.
Well, yeah, because he married Shriver, who was a Kennedy.
Yeah, he had to be okay with it on some level. He had to be okay with liberalism on some level.
Yeah, you ever notice that, like, as their marriage went on, Marie Shriver got smaller and smaller, and he got larger and larger. He was sucking the Kennedy out of her. He was just becoming a Democratic Party vampire. That's what he is.
Dude. And then you've got RFK.
No, we don't. He's still floating on the ceiling. Just so full of goddamn stuff.
Eating camel testicles or whatever the fuck he's doing. That guy is so weird. Uncomfortable, creepy uncle, stop coming to the family reunion weird.
I won't say anything bad about his voice or the way he speaks, because that's technically from that's from like a condition that he has. So I won't say anything about that. I am, however, going to point out that the doctor told us that the worm was found and
in his brain.
You see, and here's the thing. We
he
found
had brain worms. Doesn't that mean he's been taken over by an alien parasite?
So he had a dead worm was found in his brain. Okay.
Oh my god, the brain sucker starved.
But here's the thing. I'm like, okay, cool. It died on its own up there. All right. It was eating, right? It was eating something, right? Because it was in a hole that it bored. So I would really like to know what part of the brain has been damaged by the worm. No one seems to be asking that question.
No one's asking the important question, which is what part of the brain killed the worm? What did that worm eat that made it die in there?
So we've got two important questions. What part of the brain did the worm destroy, and then what part of the brain destroyed the worm?
The worm, yeah.
These are both important questions.
And is that why? Is that why he talks so weirdly? Does that have anything to do with it? Because
No.
talk without rhythm, and you won't attract the worm.
No. As far as I understand, that's a.
Is it a neurological condition? Because then a case can be made.
From what I understand, from what his doctors have said, it's a neurological condition that is not related to the worm itself. So these were two coinciding events. Apparently, he talked like that before the worm would have been in there. What?
That's somehow even weirder.
Yeah, no, he's a weird man. It's really interesting how he just lies. Like, not the way a politician normally lies, but also not as bold-faced as Trump, but not quite as stupid. But he just lies about shit. Like, it's fascinating.
Huh.
Talking about, like, I've never been anti-vaxxer, blah, blah, blah. And then there's literally footage of him literally the next day at an anti-vaccination rally.
Huh.
Saying shit like, look, I have my opinions, but if they are ever proven wrong, I will adopt new opinions. Huge track record of never doing that. Like, it's like blatant lies, like blatant to your face lies. The difference is Donald Trump will lie to you and will lie to you in a way where he tries to sell you the moon and say that it's cheese at the exact same time. Kennedy will at least not do that, but he will just bold-faced lie in a less. What do you want? Man.
Oh, it's Kitty.
Oh, it's Kitty. Hey, baby, come here. Come here.
All right.
No. I want to kidnap you and show you to the people.
Oh, he's like, nope. Nope.
Father, let me down.
Although I do think I need to end things here. I am getting a little peaked.
That's fair.
So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Neil, especially for the very generous donation. Flashman, I will be calling you. I will be giving you more information on a thing I asked you about earlier tomorrow. And till then, remember, Ave Satanas, Disco Inferno, and Satan and I love you all very much.
Hail Satan, everybody.
Hail Satan, everybody.